Yeah, I don't know why OBS or why YouTube changed the dashboard. Stupid. Anyway. Okay. We have... Oh, there goes the lap goblin. I started talking. God forbid I start talking. And she's like, nope, I'm gonna opt out. The Rebalance of Metropolis is uploaded, and we've even put out a bug fix patch or two. So it is available. And my test world here, we have we're playing as England in my test world. And yeah, it's you know, my super OP way of playing. It's funny, you know, bugs in the mod or any mod for this game. What's interesting about it is bugs can take a while to notice. Okay. So when I fix a bug, it's usually because I've been playing and I've noticed a bug, right? All right, so we're playing as England. As you can see, we have been kind of beating up France a little bit. Yeah, we've been kind of having our way with France a little bit. And not so much everybody else, but you know, it is what it is. But we're also in Africa, so we've been kind of going around doing some shenanigans here. And yeah, got on the Horn. Actually, no, this is the Horn of Africa over here. But anyway, yeah, this is just all just fun. I mean, whatever. It is what it is. This country I am making a CB on. I want this country very, very badly because they have a crazy amount of gold over here. Like, I had no idea all this gold was sitting over here, but I want it. I want it now. Is that another country or is that part of the same country? I think it's part of the same country. Yeah, it is. Okay. So I'm making a CB on them. I don't even remember what kind. I don't even remember what kind of CB it was, but it's a CB. I got a lot of cultures in here to convert yet. Lots and lots and lots. I haven't been doing like subjects, which I should, because I've got a little one here, right? I've got a little itty-bitty subject here. But I'm not making subjects all around here, mainly because, you know, I'm faster at converting stuff and expanding. Plus, if you have a subject, right, you cannot use. So I made one down here. South England is down here. I made one down here, and when you are exploring, right, when I'm up exploring all these other areas, to launch the exploration, to actually trigger it, right, you cannot use the land of a subject, right? When I discovered that, I was like, okay, so the incentive there is keep the land for as long as possible. So you can expand more and more. You can just keep going on the exploration. I've even been exploring all up in here. But there's also, you know, a bunch of goodies right in here. There's some gold right in here, copper, tin, iron, like all of this stuff right here. Right, this huge area right here. I want all of that. And, you know, we can actually use the rivers a little bit to expand our control a bit. I do have, I think I have a... I can't remember if I built it or not. A governor up here somewhere. I can't remember where I built it. Honestly, I can't remember where I built it. I was going to build it up here in one of these provinces because this is like grasslands, and it's like your proximity spreads much faster and better at grassland than something like deep jungle. But yeah, it's this is kind of surrounded, but I can't for the life of me remember where I built that. Where I built that governor. Maybe it will. Maybe it'll pop open when I see like where there's a bunch of control. That's probably where the indication is. And can we declare a war on you? We can. So I need to get down here, take these guys out. My army just, like, I came down here and I took out 2 countries that were along the coast, right in this area. 2 countries of the land that I wanted. So, yeah, somewhere in this general vicinity right here. So we had, like, Benin was in here. And just in, like, the armies were no match for me, obviously. But holy cow, the attrition. The attrition obliterated my army. Just crazy. I came down here with, like, I don't know, somewhere around 40,000. And when I loaded them back into the boats to bring them back, it was something like 18,000, something like that. And it wasn't because of battles. So, yeah, that was rough. But what I should do is I should just build an army down here now. I don't think I have... There are not many cities down here to build armories in. Can you build them in towns? I want to see. Armory. You can build them in towns. Okay. But, you know, control is going to be a problem. It's going to be a big problem. Where did... I know I built one down here. I was going to build it, like, right here, right? But I don't have a governor. I did have a naval governor available. Yeah, see, I have a naval governor available. But can't... Well, yeah, you can't build it on a rural settlement. This is the base game naval governor. Yeah, you have to build it in a city for one. So this one has a little bit more relaxed requirements. I don't like how the conditions are worded. If there is less than +1 naval gunner, so it's like, yeah, the way that that's worded is kind of confusing, right? But in essence, if you add up the naval governor plus the colonial naval governor, if you add those two up, you know, is it less than the +1, right? Because this is where the what is it? Num naval governors internal tag. That is the thing that controls both. I tried adding a separate modifier. I tried adding a separate tag. You know, something separate that could differentiate between the governor and the naval governor, or the colonial, right? So I had a colonial governor, colonial naval governor tag modifier, and I could not get it to work. I just could not. I set it up in a way that was functionally identical to how the base game does it, and I still could not get it to work. But I was saying about the not knowing that there are bugs in your code for a while. If we look at Castile's leader, you can see that he's a perfect 100, 100, 100. So there was a subtle bug, and I'm thinking one or two of his kids were also like really good. Maybe not. Maybe it was his siblings. Which he had a lot of siblings. He had quite a few siblings. But I'm pretty sure that there were a couple of his siblings that were also maxed. Because there was a bug early on. Maybe not. Like, I don't know. Is it possible to have somebody just... There's another 100, 100, 100. Right? I mean, the odds of that happening twice with a father and a mother... Like, that's a pretty rare chance. But I mean, I suppose it's possible. But I just saw that. I was like, maybe is there a bug in my code for this? But I haven't really found anybody else. So, you know, maybe not. Maybe he just happened to be a perfect 100 stat with a sister who is also a perfect 100 stat, which is crazy. For that kind of thing to roll twice in a single dynasty. But yeah, we've got I did just conquer all the coast of France, and I took their capital again. I don't know where their capital is now. Is this their capital? No, that's Nevers. Where is France's capital now? I don't even know. France. Where are you? Troyes. So this is your capital now. I'm just beating up France all right, left, and center. It's wonderful. But of course we have issues with culture. We're not quite there yet. I've got some rebels brewing. Where are my rebels brewing? I think they're down here. Yeah, we got rebels brewing over here. So that means this guy, you can promote culture. Now our control over here is probably abysmally bad. What is our max control? 10%. That might take a while. Arranged marriage. Holy cow. Strath Boogie. Nice. Yeah, we got some English up in here. But over here is not having it. We have a little bit of control now, which should help convert a few people. I don't have a lot of dudes yet. A little bit more discovered. Whoa, the Byzantines are getting wrecked. Yep. From two sides. They're getting wrecked from two sides. Ottomans from the south and Bulgaria from the north. Poor Ottomans. Poor Ottomans. Um, is it time? Is it time we? It's not time yet. They have a lot of culture left. I have a mod called Thicker Borders that just draws thicker borders, right? That's all it does. Is in between the provinces, right? You have this dot for all the locations. So the locations is the dotted one, and then the provinces are the thicker dotted version, and then the country is like a black, like really thick line. Right? It's not it's not the province line, it's like solid. It's just a lot easier to see at a glance what goes where your provinces are. You know, it's down to like personal taste, I guess. Okay, so our control here, I think I need to annex these guys. Chester needs to not exist anymore. 1381, I think that's fine. Slowly bringing into the fold everybody out here. All right, how is this guy doing? He is making some progress. We actually have a little bit of progress out here, converting into English. I don't know if these are all integrated yet. They are. Declared us their rival. Really, Holland? You're going to declare us your rival? Interesting. Yeah, the AI needs some work in this game. The Isle of Man declared us their rival. Now Brittany is doing like Brittany. There's just a sliver left of Brittany. I should have taken the rest of it, but I was out of war score. It was like just a sliver left, and I'm like, I want Brittany. I want all the coastline. So all the coastline France has left is down here. Where is my navy? There it is. Why are you hiding in port? Need to get out. Get out and be seen. We already have 100 there, so let's zippity doo dah over here. Get my proximity back up and running. My maritime presence. But I need to go down and beat up this country. All shall be English. In the name of Spiff. Interesting that these... Well, I guess we got a little foothold. We got a little foothold of English into here now. I do have promoting population on, which should be rapidly promoting the tribes into peasants. Except for Slav. The Slavs are not going to be promoted. Well, I mean, they could be, but no, they're not. Possibly, maybe. I don't know. We want to do a new charter here. I'm trying to build up my areas so I can actually build some infrastructure down. Yeah, they can move. Like, who cares if they're moving? Just let them move. Poor Normandy is just like very upset with me. Ooh, this one is actually grown into a full-on city. impressive. I got to be careful with concentrating too many edits or too many builds in one little area, because yeah, that can go wrong. It can go very, very wrong. Yeah, we have a bunch of castles down here. I think I can get rid of this one. And Benin, I think this is the seat of the... yeah, this is the seat of the market. Would this make a good city to... I think so. Okay. So Isle of Man, yeah. Like, the Isle of Man, which is just this island, right? Oh, Jesus. Pause it. Right? This little island, Kingdom of Man, declared me a rival. Rivals. England. Right? A country with 155 dudes with spears, right? Their army size, 155 dudes, declared a rival with a country of 343,000. You got 150 dudes, and you're going to go up against 340,000. Like, this is some Sparta-level shit going on here. No effing way. Man, like, the AI is hilariously bad at picking rivals. Like, it doesn't pick rivals that are even close to its own strength. Because when you, like, for man to have to make me a rival, right? Declaring me a rival, what that does is it allows me to create a CB, right? A CB is you have to have a CB if you don't want to lose stability when you declare war, right? It's basically, it translates to like the reason for war, right? The cause for war, CB, Cassius Belli. But it's like the cause for war. So when you create a Casus Belli, there are various CBs that you can make in the game. And you declare that, and sometimes they're hard to get, sometimes they're not. But what declaring me a rival allows me to do is produce, right? I can make now a Casus Belli on them, right? That is destroy enemy. And a destroy enemy CB for me on you is very good, right? So if I build up a spy network on man here, if I build up a spy network, and you have to have it, I think 20, up to level 20 spy network, then you can create a CB. And I could create a destroy enemy CB on man. And that almost guarantees, a little country, I guess, 100% guarantees that I would just be able to gobble them up. So by making me a rival, you essentially make me an enemy that allows me to then attack you. So you don't, unless you think you can go up against the country, don't declare them a rival. And yeah, the AI is notoriously bad at doing rivals, right? But it is what it is. It's amusing what it is. Okay, so I'm really not sure long term. This is very near where my other game started crashing a lot. And I think it's largely because I own so many damn provinces. It's a lot to process on the monthly tick. Like, all of the provinces have to get updated. So people who are able to play this at like speed 7 in the very late game, where most of the world is uncovered and stuff, must have some beefy machines, because yeah, it's rough. These two little dots, I am not going to care anything about those two dots. That's just too much to manage. I should have, I have a lot of colonies growing over here because I want all this gold and such. I should grow into there too. What is my terrain here? We got a little bit of grassland, some forest. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. I could have sworn I built a governor somewhere over here. This was my other spot here. String. Okay. As soon as I turn around, she looks at me. She knows. Yeah, I could have sworn I built a governor here. Maybe I just didn't have one available. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna need to come down here. When is that CB? It's Sudi 84. I got 2 years, 2.5 years left. 3 years. Flanders insulted us, so we immediately haven't insulted CB against Flanders. But we have a truce, because I just beat them up, right? I just crushed France and all of their little allies, because France is not just France. Look at all the little allies, like just all the little fiefdoms and vassals and all the shit that they have. Like, it's not a unified country by any stretch. And right here is the last bit of Brittany, which if I declare war on them. Wait, I thought oh, it was Flanders, I think. So Flanders over here. Right, we haven't insulted us. Which the insulted us CB is, you know, it's a higher cost for us. Right? The insulted us is not as lucrative. It's not as good, right? Conquer cost for attacker plus 50%, which means if I attack them, it's going to cost me 50% more to gobble up their provinces than normal. So it's not really a good CB for conquering. But if they insulted us, you know, usually you go in and slap them around a little bit, steal some of their shit, and then leave. You don't really do it for their land. But again, we have a truce. So the truce is with everybody, because you can't. These little derps in here, you're not going to be able to piece out individually, and you wouldn't want to. There are so many of them, like so many of them. If we actually look at France here, and we look at like how many, they have a lot of enemies, but I don't even know how to find all of their subjects. Yeah, 20. So they have 31 subjects, right? 31. You can see there's a little plus 28. So there's these three plus 28 more. So all of these little guys are subjects of France. And I mean, that's a nightmare to manage. Like, I would have started annex. If I were to play France, I would just gobble all those up. Just start annexing all of them, all over. But yeah, anyway, how is our dude doing down here, doing the culture thing? Making some headway. This guy is this province is about to switch. These are more resistant. Much more resistant. Yeah. How many? Oh my god, our king just died. Age of 50. Holy crap, he died at 50. I've had rulers, bad rulers usually, live to be like 70. Right? Like, why had one bad ruler live to be 74? And then a dude gets in that's decent, right? And it's like 50 dead, 45 dead. It's just like, why, how did this pop up after the game was paused? Clergy gain 5. Okay. Whatever. So the heir that we have is a perfect 100, 100, 100 stat monster. All right, Earldom of Chester has just been gobbled. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Let's pause it so we can actually think straight. All right, so this dude, does this guy... Do I have... Yes, I have extremely OP education for you. And not you. Why are you not... Because you are intelligent, so you will benefit greatly from the OP education. We are effectively beaming knowledge into the brain of the child. That's what we're doing. The daughter is also intelligent, so we've got her. I'm not sure why it looks like she's wearing a suit of armor. That's kind of weird. They should look happier on their king. Like, my king looks like he's either constipated or really pissed. And he should be super duper happy. He's a freaking king. Like, so we need to put our new king in charge of the Navy. This guy, he's in charge of a bunch of transport boats. So he might be a little grumpy. I mean, we got a few transport boats into this one as well, but you know, it is what it is. Oh, and the lap goblin is back. I'm really looking forward to the next age. Cat, what do you need, huh? You were just in my lap, and you left. Yeah. So I went to the Project Hail Mary movie yesterday. Pretty full theater, which was really nice to see. Yeah, Project Hail Mary movie, because I read the book, loved the book. And it was a near flawless adaptation. Right? They obviously can't do everything in the movie. That it would be an 8-hour movie. Right? So they gloss over a lot of the nitty-gritty science that would probably turn off most audience members. Like, if you're not a hardcore scientist, you don't need a lot of like science and stuff, right? The story itself, phenomenal. And that's what they kept. They kept all of the great story, you know, the friendship, the sacrifice, just all of that they kept. And it was beautiful. Many emotional moments in the movie. It was an absolute blast. And visually, they did such a good job representing everything. And just absolutely amazing. So it's not just fans of sci-fi movies that'll like it. It's just a great movie. And it's rare to say that these days. So if you want an experience in the big screen, if you have a good theater around that you can go to, you know, just go to a matinee. You know, a matinee here was like $11. So if you don't get any popcorn or anything, just go to the matinee, spend $11 and get 2.5 hours, and it's a fantastic ride. Yeah, just absolutely great. And people who are not science fiction enthusiasts, such as myself, they're treating it like, oh, it's a good movie, right? But as a science fiction person, it's a great, because they're able to adapt the book, which is a more nitty-gritty science-based book, and they were able to adapt it and not and not dumb it down, but just sort of say, hey, it's not important for you to know how this works, right? It's not important to you to know, like, that. It's just, it kept everything in the story that I wanted to keep in the story, right? And it even added a little bit at the end that wasn't in the book, but it was very appreciated from my point of view, because my personal point of view is the ending of the book didn't quite tie up all the ends that I wanted to tie up, but the movie kind of gives you that a little bit. Yeah. Just an absolutely amazing movie. Ryan Gosling knocked it out of the park. I mean, he did such a great job. I was pleasantly surprised that he pulled it off. But yeah, and he was the producer. Like he spearheaded the whole project, right? So that's why I give him so much credit. He loved the book. He was passionate about the book, and it shows. It shows that his interest was in maintaining. So absolute, like, rock star when it comes to what he was able to accomplish. Okay, so if we come down here, yeah, we're gonna have to burn all of our manpower again. Unless I mean, I could try to build a... Oh, there's all the Chester. Okay, yeah. We just incorporated all of Chester. I thought those were down here, but looks like we got a little bit more movement on here. Oh, we've now 45%. So, well, these haven't budged an inch. Well, we need to build. See, masonry is always an issue. Another colony finished. There, we got the core. Excellent. You shall now benefit from English rule. And Bondel-Swartz. Nice. Bondel-Swartz here. Great name for a province. You're gonna stay English. There are some juicy materials up in here that we want to keep. So Bondel-Swartz is gonna remain. The South England here is just gonna basically be the tip. It's just gonna be the tip of Africa here eventually. I'm not worried about colonizing any of the interior. I'm getting all the coastline to prevent anybody else from grabbing it, right? If I have the coastline, they have no foothold, right? They have no foothold to kind of come back here and grab. So, yeah, just the tip. It's just going to be the tip. South England. Bondel-Swartz! Yeah. Okay, so over here, are we... Yep, look at that. We got this is now integrated. It's fully integrated, and now it's cored, so its max control jumps to 29. Which is nice. But these guys are still not happy with life. So masonry it's always an issue. It's always an issue. Distinguished midshipman. Oh my God, so many things are happening. South. In recent times, many in the north have grown disillusioned with the south. Every location in Northumbria gains prosperity. Yeah, I mean, sure. Y'all are angry. All right, who is this midshipman? A 205148. No, I think we need good midshipmen. East Madagascar. There we go. We could start colonizing Madagascar. I don't know if there's anything super useful in here, but it would be a nice launching point of some flavor. So we could create there. Create there. Create there. And is that... Oh, we could do one here. Who cares if there's a tribe right there? Like, like... Tribe or Schmiber. We don't... Oh, destroy it. Somebody else insulted us. No, somebody else rivaled us. Vengu rivaled us. Well, that was not smart. Who or where are you? Oh! Nice! Just when we're about to finish, we just got a Cassie's belly on them, and now it's like they insult us, and we're like, oh, okay. Or rival us, whatever they did. Okay. So there's all of those, all the ones we have uncovered. I think we have somebody exploring this right now. I'm not sure. I basically automated the exploration to a certain point. Yeah, see, I automated it here. So it kind of does it on its own. And it just, that's why we have all of this stuff uncovered, because it was actually doing all of this. And then if you have one that you have to manually fire, then you can do that. But it is what it is. Oh yeah, I was working on down here. So Benin, I think I want to keep that castle, but I don't really like. Do we need all of these? I don't know. What I need is more. I need more like cities and places. Dyes, legumes. And I wish, like, if it was jungle, like, one of the things I wish I could do, and maybe there is a way to do this, right? And I just don't know it. That if a location is like thick jungle, like most of the coastline is here, right? If we go to vegetation, it's like brutally thick jungle. Like when it's really thick jungle like this, it's very hard to spread control. Very, very hard. Somewhere along here, I know I've built. Maybe I haven't. Maybe I haven't because there was no gold. Maybe that's why I haven't. Because you need gold to keep it up, right? But I was looking maybe in here. Oh, there it is. Right, I found it. I built one right here because right here, all of the gold. So yeah, this is got 100% right. So this is what I'm working on now. And I think I've been spreading roads. That's rivers. There's roads. There is a road in between these two, but for some reason it doesn't render. Right, I can't build a road because there's already a road. But this is on the river system, so it's connected to all of the things now. Just all of the things. I think it's even connected. Maybe? No, it's not connected up to But I mean, I'm not moving stuff through that as much. Now, do I have a CB against these guys made already? Make tributary. I do. So I need to covert infiltrate. Well, let's see. Who do you have an alliance with Dagbon? Well, I wouldn't mind taking Dagbon too. You know, 2 birds and all. And then Dagbon itself is alliance with Yatenga, which I don't even see. So they're probably up in here somewhere. Yeah. This. Yeah. We need masonry in here in a bad way. Like, we need it so bad. Let's take out this castle. We don't need this one. Benin, I'm going to keep. This one I'm going to take out. I don't need this. This one I'll keep. Because it's on the border of, like, other things and stuff. Plus, it's in a different country. So there's that. Hey, country, can I destroy your castle? So population-wise, yeah, we got a lot of dudes down here. There are a lot of populations. Spiritual retreat. Well, that's the first time I've ever seen that. Interesting. So we need to build quite a few masons. And it's not like the most lucrative, like, building. Not 100% sure why those are blue. Are those maxed out then? Is that what that means? I don't really care profitability at this point. I just want them to exist. Now, do we have any stone? We have some stone. We even have a little bit of sand. We have more stone. We even have some... Ooh, tin. That's nice. Yeah, that's nice. We're slowly... I'm slowly building up this area. It's taking a long time. So Benin, I now control 157,000 population. I really wish I could get some more gubbins. We don't have any marble, which we now have down here. This is the only like marble that I've been able to find. Is down in here. So this market here is... This is actually part of South England's market. And then I've got my RGO buff here. But not a lot of population to work with. So let's possibly build a market village. I don't know if a monastery is... Masonry and glass, why not? Yeah. Okay, we need to come down here, have a as fast of a war as possible with these guys. Can we recruit? The problem with building armories down here is I don't have a lot of control, right? There's not a lot of control to be had. It's funny, the very location next to the governor is like super low control. Why is that? What is your max? Oh, you're 73. It's just taking you forever and a day. Why is the control growth so slow? Oh, come on. Control growth so slow. Literacy. What about here? Core. Is this not a core? Holy shit, it's not a core. Still no English over here. These guys, what culture is this? Bennu. Zero tradition, zero influence. And yet they're able to resist a culture with 1800 tradition and 740 influence. How is that possible? That's a crazy. Are they just all tribes? Is that what this is? I don't know how to, let's see. Available peasants. No, they're all peasants. I think it's just down to the fact that I don't have a lot of control. I'm pretty sure. This one is going to be iffy. I don't like the 10 here. I don't want to lose them. But on the same time, I want there to be more control. So it's kind of a give and take sort of situation. I need this dude. I need this cabinet dude somewhere else. I need him over here to integrate this, the last vestige of this Akan. I think these guys up here are Akan too. So what I could do is I could conquer this, turn it into essentially like a fiefdom, because I've got all this control right here. Turn it into a fiefdom. Once they stabilize, enforce the culture, right? Get them to convert themselves to English, and then annex them, right? Which is what I've been kind of doing all up and down here. Master cooks have bestowed upon us a vast compilation. What? I don't really need the prestige. Oh, I could use the 50 cultural influence off the... Wow! Prices at London. The market gets the form of curry for 20 years. What? That doesn't tell me what this does. Market price. Is like what? If I go to here or here, so we're gonna get English cultural influence. So right now we're at roughly 740 with zero growth. What? Why? Huh. I don't know why it stopped growing. Let's introduce it all and get another. Now we're at negative. Cultural influence. Do I need like, what gives me cultural influence? Culture influence. Culture influence. The Globe Theater. We don't. What? Oh Jesus! I forgot to pause it. Requirements not met. Oh, only be well, if it's only constructible via event, why even show it to me? Cultural influence. Cultural buildings. Cultural buildings. Okay. Library. Ooh, we can build more libraries. What does this do? Local cultural influence. How many more libraries can we build? 2. We can build 2 libraries. Or not. There's not enough masonry. Okay, yeah. Masonry is down in Africa. Masonry is really big problem. Okay, so more universities. I could do more universities. But again, why are these only in that market? I want to do all. Oh, there we go. There we go. All of the universities. And even more. And more. I won't do any down here. I don't really have a lock. Well, I can put one in there. Okay. And then library. Do we have... We do have some more library situations that we can do. That'll not be good for the old masonry. This might not be a wise thing to do because I don't really have a lot of books down. So that was not a good click to do. Don't really have a way of building up industry quite yet down here. Eventually, you know, we'll build up enough infrastructure to actually start snowballing, right? But it takes a crazy amount of infrastructure and investment. I've spent thousands upon thousands upon thousands of gold down here trying to build up. But yeah, this guy now is doing the culture, should be getting... All we need to do is tip this over to 50% or more, and this will core this location. There it is. We have now cored it. There it is, 55. Numbers hadn't updated yet. Just causes. Ooh! 20% less antagonism? Oh, now is the time. Now is the time. Okay, let's grab our fleet and park them up here. Okay. And we're gonna grab our big army. And we're gonna head on over. Get in. Okay. Let's come down here. No, no, no. Come down here. And then down here. And then come in here. We're chilling. We're doing good. Come in here. And now follow the coastline down to like here. It's a voyage. It's a voyage. Wait. My dude is getting beat up. Oh no, I'm in culture still. Okay. I'm in here. Taking me, it's a couple months. It's a couple months to get down here. But there you go. Now my dudes are down here, and they're like, point me in the direction, sir. And then we can do that. Our king should be in leader of this. And we want to declare war on you with our make tributary. And yes. And you guys come in here. We want to go to the capital first. And then this guy covert. Oh. You can only send one, for some reason, you can only send one diplomat at a time to a country. It's just like dysentery. Ooh, that's rough. That's a rough way to go. Dun, dun, dun. And then we want to zippity doodah up to the capital. I don't know if like doing multiple campaigns in Africa will like make your troops more resilient to dealing with like the crazy amount of stuff in here, but because it's a rough go. And Dagbon, since you're so willing to join the battle here, I gotta find where's the capital of that province? Here we go. All of the things. Yep. I can always tell when there's a huge lag spike when the month turns over. It's going to be. They really should. All of the things that happen in a month, right? Of all of the number of days in a month, why does everything have to happen on the first, right? It doesn't always have to happen. Like all of the ticks, all of the monthly ticks should be over like even the weeks, right? Just like this Monday, then this Monday, then this Monday, then this, like every fourth Monday, you have a certain type of tick, right? Like all of your cabinet members don't need to tick at the exact same time. Space that shit out a little bit, developers. Like having it all happen in 1 month is where most of the problems happen with this game. Because when there's too much shit to do, the game crashes. Okay, so it's finished promoting English, which means this, yes, now has crazy amounts of control. All of this control is going to start going up. So that means we want to... I mean, I don't have convert area done yet. This is my subject, I think. Yeah, this is my sub. He's not doing a very good job converting to English, although he is actually doing it slowly, very slowly. We we need to get this guy. Where do we want? I've been very tempted to just spit this out as a subject. Or multiple subjects. I don't know. I don't know yet what would be a good idea. I want to get this converted though. Get that converted. Okay. Now, where I was looking for the province. Oh, this is a huge province. This might be the province capital for that whole. So we're gonna go up here. Good old Dagbon. Oh, game's paused. I do that all the time in this game. I'm like, why is nothing happening and my game is paused? It's like, damn it. Hey, their army is up here. I found their army. Hey guys. You didn't want to go up against my 27,000 space marines here? Why not? Here, let me introduce you. Ooh, that was rough. Didn't even. I mean, they just sort of went. Bleh. So is this just a single province nation? It might be. Like, I don't know why I can't just move them over here. Like, why am I limited? Like, yeah, I haven't discovered this yet, but what? Why can't I go over there? It's weird. Let's create a current charter over here. Scoop up this land that's not claimed yet. Ooh, the Mali Empire might be next. Let's build ourselves. Create Casus Belli. So we could do a religious war, but that's. I wonder if we could get them to like insult us or make us a rival. That would be great. We're missing books in the London market. Oh Lord, are you serious? We're missing books. Well, let's see what we can do about that. And might as well get a few down here. Why not? Right? Paris. The Francian people need some books. And let's teach this area down here what books are. I think that'd be a good idea. Get some books in the market down here would probably be helpful. We're also gonna need paper probably down here. Paper is right here. Click. I'm gonna be getting more cities and stuff. This is gonna be like a crazy. And to finish my thought that I had like many moons ago, I wish there was a way to, once you like go from like maybe a town to a city, change the location itself. If it's a jungle, change it to like something less than a jungle, right? Because effectively simulating, you are chopping down from town to city, you are chopping down a majority of the trees. Guaranteed, right? You are ravaging the forest to actually build the town, right? Just kind of similar like what this looks like. Once this goes to city, right, it's going to be even bigger. But then the city would, by changing what vegetation there is, I might look into this. I'm going to make a note. I'm going to see if this is possible. City upgrade vegetation. I just want to see, like, does it change, or can I change it? Right? Obviously, there is a way to change it, because this, I think, was done as part of Ludi's the integrated mod the rebalance mod that I built into mine, which is Ludi's one. He made this a farmland. This province alone, because I think he had somebody in his multiplayer game that started as Benin, but had a really hard time because he started in a jungle, which is very, very hard, right? Very, very hard to do. So what I want to do is I want to look at the city upgrade itself, and then even the metropolis upgrade, changing it from jungle to maybe woods, right? Because woods, you can see woods, road building time minus 50 or plus 50%, population capacity plus 50,000, food production supply limit is good, but movement cost per units. But the big one here is proximity speed impact, right? Proximity speed is like from going from one province to the next, right? What is the cost of proximity in that process? What is the proximity speed impact of this province? And if you look at a jungle, right, proximity speed minus 25, right? So the woods is minus 12.5, which is half of what a jungle is. But a jungle is crazy. Road building time plus 300%. That is rough. So with the change that I would look at is maybe not do a forest, because proximity speed impact is the same, but my proximity speed impact here for my rebalance mod is half of what it is in the base game. The base game, vanilla game, jungle proximity speed impact is 50%. So you lose 50% of your possible proximity from tile to tile, which you can imagine in a jungle, by the time you get 4 or 5 tiles away, you have 0 proximity. It's gone. So there's no way. So by using that upgrade to city, switching it to something better like woods, which is a lot less. It's not as good as grasslands, right? Grasslands really doesn't have any. What I would do is I would maybe make the metropolis version of that, like the city to metropolis, change that to grasslands, because you're essentially cutting all of the trees down. There are no trees left if you have a metropolis, right? If you've got a city of 100,000 plus 140,000, I think is the trigger for a metropolis. Like if you have 140,000 people in a province, that province is full. There are no trees left. So change it to a grasslands. That way the proximity actually can move like it should, because there's nothing blocking, right? So I'm gonna look at that. That's a good idea. I'm gonna see if that's possible to change what the province vegetation is. Now there are other things that you can look at, like topography, right? But the topography really largely doesn't change depending on the city. Like it just doesn't. So that's not that big of a deal. Climate you know, those kinds of things. It's Africa. I don't have to worry about that. But anyway, okay. Let's finish what we're doing here. Skedaddle out back to where we were, because then we need to come down here and kind of beat up these guys down here. Okay, let's let these trigger. I hope that actually, that's part of that province, so that should be. I wish this would have been cleared out. I don't know why. Maybe I have somebody actively like looking at that right now. But yeah, let's piece out these guys. Gotta not be clicked onto my army when I do this. I do it all the time. Wait. Let's do sue for peace. Separate sue for peace. Become a tributary. What are the... I don't know. I'm not familiar with this. Cannot be annexed. Ha ha ha. No. Nope. Sorry. Wait, I can't grab you? This war forbids us to conquer any location directly. Excuse me? Oh my god, stop. Just stop, game. Yeah, sure. I can't. I can't effing conquer these fools because of the CB. Why did that CB not tell me? This war forbids us to conquer any location directly on a promise to anyone will cost. Why did that CB not tell me? Why did it not tell me? Oh, man. Cannot be annexed. Well, I'm going to be changing that right quick. Cannot be annexed, my ass. Like, excuse me? We are going to be able to annex them. No problem. Yeah, we are gonna 100% edit tributary subject type 100%. We don't want you to have any treaties. We need food access, of course. War reps, sure, why not? I don't know, like, what maps you may have that I don't have already. I think I have all of your maps. So, so congratulations. You're now a tributary of England. Dagbon. And Bonoman, you're You are going to be as well. Take over market center. I would very much like to do that. I wonder if it's going to put it here. I really hope it does. I wish you could move market centers. Like, can I please take over market? Where is it going to put it? To Aber. It's going to move it here? Why? Fine. Fine. As long as it's in my territory, I don't mind. Food access, military access, war reps. Okay. Now, let's zippity board these ships. And I can stop with the spy network. So, good to know that, no, I wanted to select, there we go. Oh, no. Don't even remotely cross the open ocean. They still haven't figured out how to make their pathfinding not get super large amounts of attrition in the open ocean. Okay. These guys destroy enemy. Vengu. This is all you've got. So we're going to declare that war. And we are going to declare on you religious war, which is a little bit more expensive for us. But we're going to declare on you as well. And we can stop with the spy network, I think. And I could even, like, levies. Whatever. I have a few levies down. This is my favorite track. Did it stop? I think it did. I always do that. I always do something where it's like my favorite track just stops. It's like, no. I want you to play. I like the music. Oh, that was a lot of updates. Cold AF. Ah, man. Okay, let's see. What are we doing up here? I want to get some action going on perm here. Let's do a create Casus Belli. Oh, fine. Religious war. Because they've got some juicy little gubbins down here. Yeah, this little area, ooh, very juicy. Okay, guys, just be standing around, do some stuff and things. Okay, let's see, where are the provinces? Go up to you. Probably gonna get quite a bit of attrition up there because we're not really connected, but I've got a lot of supply guys. Yeah, I've got quite a bit of supply up here, so. No! God! Wrong army! I hate it when I do that. Oh man, there's so much to manage. This is why, like, the AI has such a huge advantage over the player, is they can manage all of their armies all at the same time. And my poor little brain just can't do it. Which is why I have a single army of Space Marines that are running around the countryside. Alright, let's get these guys back. This whole area, since I got the capital of the province, this whole area should now fall under my domain. Let's get these guys back. And again with these. So this is why I have a province. I can see all of the location. First cousin. Well, he obviously didn't have an OP education. I'm waiting for all these provinces to switch over. They will. They will eventually. Takes a while. Come on now. Come on. There's that one. I knew it was happening. It just takes a while or something. Maybe it's because of the... Yeah, there it is. It's because of the jungle? I don't know. I don't know if jungle has any impact on a country's, like... or a province's thing and stuff. Okay, anybody else down here I want to beat up? I mean, I could come in here over here, but I don't have any CBs over for this little area. Who is this? What is this? Markets with low Kano market. Kano. Where is the Kano? Oh, this one here. Okay. Well, just build some more fucking food then. How about? See how that works? Like, low food? How about you build more food? Rice? Ooh, rice. Yeah. Heck yeah. Well, the rice is already maxed out. Wow. Okay. Oh, that's Kano. I don't have. It's like, why can't I build those? Yeah, that's a different country. Derp. Okay, so the lovely subject army, these guys here, they did a good job, but you guys can go home. You know, you help siege down some stuff. You did a good job. But yeah, I wanted to get rid of these guys. They're just... This whole area right here is just under constant civil war. I mean, it's just... they're constantly, like, splitting up and stuff. And I was like, I just want to conquer it all. Get it all under my banner. And then basically convert them all into, you know, the better English version. Just make them all English. That's just... Wasn't that their motto? The world is English. Okay. We gotta let these guys sit for a little bit. Honestly. The longer they sit... Yeah, we have a 100 war score. But the longer they sit and chill, right? The longer they just kind of chill with their entire country siege, the better off. The more malleable they become to my demands. Let's just put it that way. Okay, we gotta find a way to get these guys back home without killing too many. 'Cause that would be not good. The armies lack food. Wait, you should be gathering food, guys. Yeah, you have food. Shit. There we go. It's another lag spike. Oh, there it is. Oh, wow. Wow, we already have 75. Creating Kessa's belly. Okay. We're gonna pause it while I get back to what the hell I was doing. Where is my army? There it is. Yeah, as long as your path is like, as long as it's, what is it? Concave? Convex? Right? As long as it doesn't need to cross an open ocean tile to get to your point, it shouldn't do that, right? So that's why you do like this, and then I'll go to here, and then I'll be able to run to here. But I couldn't go to here because it would try to cross these open ocean tiles, which would create a huge amount of attrition. You don't want to do that. Wow, this was a long voyage. These guys. Just a couple hundred ships cruising down the. Imagine what that would look like. Just a couple hundred ships just cruising like that. Okay, and then we can wrap around Iberia. And it probably wouldn't, hurt too much going across like this, but yeah, we want to. And since we're here, where is a good? We can just kind of drop them off here, I guess. Yeah, just kind of chill over here for a little bit. I need to get this back up here to work on my proximity spreading goodies. Just pause. All the pausing, please. I mean, my prox is pretty damn good. Now, these guys are probably in need of a little bit of repair. So let's drop these guys off and get them repaired up. Okay. I almost forgot I've got these countries besieged now. Okay, are you guys ready? You just... Yeah, I'm gonna grab you. They will accept. No kidding. Let's grab money, whatever money we can. Even though we have almost 400,000 in the bank, we need more. Let's go super peace. All of this, please. Yeah, I had that entire country, 1.5 antagonism. Nobody cares. In other words, nobody cares. All of the things we don't care. Whatever money they may have, and let's grab them. So they are currently not integrated, right? Obviously, nor are they our culture. So what we probably should do, maybe possibly, is how do we want to do this? I don't have a lot of stuff down here that's cored, mainly because none of these cultures have been converted either. I mean, our English is sort of percolating, but mainly that's because of the colonists that have come in. So what we need to do is spit out a subject, but I want to do a custom subject. So we're going to do these guys. You are going to be a fiefdom. We are going to do these guys, and you're going to be a vassal. And we're going to put... Who is this? Oh, this is my this is my wife. This is the wife of my king, is a 100 stat person. I don't know where I found her, but like it. I'd like to put a crown member. Crown. Sir Chadicus of York. I think, sure, he can roll there. And this one I want to keep. This has got the Bongo Congo province. Yes, that is the seat of the. That is the head of the market, and I want that. These two, however, this one here. Let's just seed location you and you. Okay. Now, they will integrate, right? But what we also need to do with these guys is enforce culture as well as these guys. I don't want them converting over to whatever culture was around right away. I want them to convert to English. That way they can focus their cabinet members, right, not on whatever dominant culture is here, but what actually converting it to English. That's important. Okay, and then I need to get my what is my dude doing? My dude is converting English here, which is he did a good job. We can get him now coming down here. Wait, what happened? Oh, I had somebody die on me. This dude is Chad-like. Let's put him in charge. And I was testing my OP education system, so most of the people in my family are all like super Chad-like beings. Yeah, this guy's not doing so good on the mill. Probably, what is this? Gregarious, yeah. Diplomatic is doing good, but mill not so much. This dude, William here, is started off as intelligent, and this right here, if you have intelligent, gifted, or prodigy, like they definitely get the OP education. I mean, everybody gets the OP education. It's really damned expensive, though. I mean, every time you use it, it's another 1% onto your country stuff. So it is very expensive. But I'm hoping this kid, because I caught it early enough. He was like 4 when I figured out his education needed to be bumped. This poor kid was like 7 or 8 by the time I found it. But he might be Chad-like by the time he's 16. Okay, so promoting English. This guy here, yeah. We need to get this. Promote English. We're gonna come down here. Where is it? Yeah, right here. Mainly done, but these guys are not doing so hot. Obviously not 100. This is not gonna be 100 control. But my plan was to have another governor down here, right? We have a bunch of grasslands, some really good area that we can cover with this. Having some problems building this library because of books, obviously. But yeah, Luanda here was going to be a spot for another governor. I, however, don't have any more governor slots or governor places to build, so that might have to wait. All right, Bongo Congo. Boom! Look at that. It's already one of us. So we need to actually integrate these two. I could give this one, I guess. Yeah, let's give this seed location. Let's give Did I just do that? I gave him the location, right? Yeah. I kept the problem. I was like, I didn't want to give I wanted to see the location. I need to slow down. Some people can play this game really fast. I cannot. I have to be very, very slow and methodical. It's very easy to misclick, and you're like, oh shit. What did I just do? I just clicked something I wasn't supposed to. No. Yeah, and I was late to the stream today. I got back from that movie, and I was just like drained. I was emotionally drained. That movie, it was so draining. Such a ride up and down, and like amazing, fantastic. But I was emotionally spent. And so I just kind of relaxed a little bit, and I just got super tired, and I went to bed at like 9:30. I was like, I can't do this. And I went to bed at 9:30. And so, have you ever had it where you have many, many nights in a row where you just get really horrible sleep? It just doesn't work, right? You get horrible sleep for, it could be weeks. Just not right. And then it hits you all at once. It just slams you all at once, where your body is just throws in the towel and is like, you just need to chill for a bit. That was last night. I went to bed like 9:30 and had it was a pretty bad night's sleep. Like, I was waking up and I was super overheated. Like, I couldn't get comfortable, and it was just this like crazy day. And then my body was just like, boo, drop off the face of the cliff. You're not going to sleep for like 14 hours. And it's just like whoosh, and I was down. And finally the cat was like pushing on me, and I was like, what, like, is it time to get up? Because I forgot to set my alarm, because I went to bed so early. I was like, there's no way that I'm not going to be able to get up in time, right? But holy crap, like, my body was just like, nope. Administrative insanity. What the hell is this? Oh my god. What? Temporary Of course. my 100 stat fucking king, right? My 100 stat king gets a nerf. The first time I ever see this particular thing is when I have a perfect 100, 100, 100 stat king. It's like, oh, your perfect character? No. Here, we're gonna slam the brakes. Like, fucking crazy. Now, is that only gonna hopefully last for like a year? I hope to God that only lasts a year. That is utter laughably insane right there. Oh my God, mouse, will you stop zipping around? Do I have a bunch of cat hair in my mouse again? This is what usually happens. I usually get a little lump of cat hair. Eye of the mouse. And it starts zipping all over my screen. Okay. The exploration of Ruffini, okay, stalled, but recently was approached by a member of the Matabudubi. They're speaking broken English. How? Okay, how is a tribe up in here speaking broken English? That's how awesome English is. We're not even close to being over here, and they're able to speak English. Hells to the yeah. This is why, you know, all shall be English. He says that an English person visited his village many years ago, and when he was little, and managed to learn the English language then. I mean, yeah, fund the dictionary. Like, communicating, they will soon be English themselves, so might as well make it official, right? Okay. How is Bungo Congo here? It's been integrated. Obviously, it's not integrated, but it's majority English now, which is nope, wrong button. This guy is got a little ways to go yet. So let's see what happens in this next monthly tick. Bruges market is now low on food. Well, that's kind of surprising. Huh. I mean, Bruges market is a lot more than just... Bruges market is in Flanders, I think. Way up here. Bruges, yeah. The Bruges market. Well, it's a lot more than... Why is that my problem? All of these other countries are going to starve. I'm pretty sure my dudes are fine. Oh yeah, now we've got... I forgot we got this market here. We need to upgrade saffron. You're fine. This is why I added the RGO buff building. This one here, RGO production buff. You can build 2 of them. One is to make up for the rural to town loss, right? Rural to town is a plus 100% RGO. Then when you upgrade to town, you lose that. So the RGO production buff like counters that, right? It adds 100%. And then you can add 2 of them to get you another 100%. I want to look into a different way of doing that. Right now, it just adds a country or a location modifier. Right? It adds a location modifier to the location. But what I really should do, because when the building is built, it has to have stuff in it. When to apply the buff, the oversight that I did was the building's effect is only valid when the building is occupied with employees, right? Even though there's only one employee that can go there. If we look at laborers here, right, there's one person needs to be there, but if you are in a market where employees are thin, they might not be in there. So the buff doesn't apply until there's a person working in there, which sucks because if you have it maxed out and the person leaves, that drops again, and you lose those things, and I didn't want that. So that was, I didn't quite understand how the mechanics work right away. All right, I just want to get this guy. Let's see what happens in the next tick. Cat hair the mouse. Yeah, the little eyeball, right? The little eyeball on the bottom of the mouse. Swahili Coast. Okay. Boy, that took a while. Without my buffs for colonization, boy, it takes a long time to do anything. As one would expect, but wow, does it take a long time. This whole area here, I think I want to... Yeah, see this Oreo area here. I need to possibly make these people English up in here. All of this. What are you building? Ah, you're building the universe. So what the change would be when you build that building, right? When you build it, it just adds an actual modifier rather than being like a modifier. It's a different way of doing it. Where you have there's like a location modifier block that you can put it in, or you can add like on activation, or there's a way to like permanently add something into a province. I think like a permanent modifier that you would remove when the building is destroyed, right? So you would remove that modifier or something. I think there's a way to do it, but again, the building itself is only buildable by the player. You can't have a bunch of AIs building that, because that would so break the game like crazy. That would break the game. Okay, are you integrating? You are currently integrating all the things. I think I shouldn't have. Yeah, I may have jumped the gun on these guys. Great Province FG. So they are, I mean, they are using my why aren't these guys integrating? What are you guys doing? I wish there was this way to see. Maybe there isn't a debug window. I would love to know if there's a way to see, like, in a debug system, what the cabinet members of a subject or of any country are doing, as just a way to debug. Finally, we have detailed maps of North Madagascar. Okay, we have these. And air. We've discovered air, everybody. We have found air. Excellent. I like knowing where air is. We need to get charter there. There. Get kind of bumping up against Kilwa. Probably not a good idea. Colonel, the charters are getting a little expensive. Get the tip. We have that, and then we have that. So, if we can surround Madagascar, we can claim that whole island. All of these other little islands, I would like to see maybe somebody get them, but yeah, I've got all of the important ones. It's going to cripple the rest of the countries, like Portugal and Castile. They're going to have a really hard time, you know, bouncing over to like the Caribbean, because I'm going to be able to get over there real quick. So what's concerning me here, I think I jumped the gun a bit in this. Let's get a charter there and a charter there. I mean, they are trying to convert. Oh my God. Excellent. Right? So now we want... This guy is now over 50% English. Yep. So now we can say this guy, we need to integrate this province. Okay. Which this one's almost done anyway, so all the yellow are... The yellows are integrated, but not culture, like the right culture yet. And then these are working. It shouldn't take long. But I wanted the market center. Like I should really just do an Africa campaign, right? Just start as a little country. There's one like up in here that you could start as, and just just control it all, baby. Just have the entire continent. Just drive out the Mamluks. Just own the whole continent. Maybe if I can get this upgrade vegetation change working, as well as getting this stupid tributary. Oh shit! All the things just happened. All right, Bungo Congo was just integrated. Yep, and then Bishopric no longer view us as their rival. Oh, look at that! Andorra doesn't see us as a rival anymore, everybody. This single province country. Right? The single province country doesn't see us as a rival anymore. Man, I was sweating that one. I was really sweating that one. Okay. What else? What do we need to do up here? Crew, you're just about done. Like, how are you doing okay? Are you... Culturally, you are converting. You've got a decent amount of things and stuff, but you know you're kind of a really tiny country on purpose. It was my test. I spit this colonial subject out as a test, because I wanted to see if I had a subject, could I continue like colonizing and exploring, especially exploring. Right? How do you launch an exploration? And yeah, it was really apparent to me that I needed this. So I think with this country here, because you kind of served your purpose, I'm going to start annexing you. 1384, May 1st. Surprisingly, it's going to take like 6 months to annex 3 provinces, but you know, it is what it is. I mean, I could wait. What? How do I know? How can I see? Tropical climate, minus 10% development. River, road connected. Has a road. So that means, like, one of these. If I do develop. Has road. Yeah, see this? I don't get that big bonus to the road. Has road connected to capital. I don't get that, unfortunately, over here. It has a road, but it's connected to a governor rather than a capital. I don't know, maybe, I mean, maybe the governor, a governor connection, maybe that should apply a buff of some kind. Maybe not to the capital, maybe not the 20%, but 10, 15%. Because it's connected to a seat of government, maybe not the capital, but you know we have some roads cruising around. We have the best roads. We have such good roads. Coastal fort, armory, dock. Yeah, I don't want to really convert a whole bunch more towns or cities just yet. I may even want to cancel these. Yeah, I may want to cancel them. But I do want to jot down before we get into the modding part of this screen, because we've been going for a couple hours. This is the thing. Okay, so if we look at vegetation, right? Jungle to grassland. No, jungle to woods. For a city. Right? Yeah, jungle to woods. Not forest, but jungle to woods. And then metro, we would have woods, forest, and jungle. What? G-U-N-G-L-E to grasslands. Right? So for woods, forest, and jungle, if you convert to a metro, which is what I took the Metropolis and Megalopolis mod, and I basically integrated that in with Ludi's rebalance mod, and I tweaked a bunch of little things, right? I integrated a bunch of things and rebalanced them. I took the Megalopolis out. Like, it's not needed. Trust me, it's not needed. Megalopolis is not. It's not needed. If you have a bunch of metropolises in your country, you've won the game. Like, they're super overpowered, right? You have a huge amount of population, and a ton of it's just crazy bonuses. And then all of the Megalopolis only buildings, I made them Metropolis buildings, so you can still build everything. It's just Megalopolis is you just don't need it, especially because you don't really have that level of population until much later into the game. So I doubt, I don't know what percent of people play into the 1800s, but I don't know. I don't think it's a lot, but I'm going to look into the jungle, converting jungle to woods, and then maybe forest to woods. Forest or jungle to woods for a city. No real change on town, right? No real change on a town. Town is small enough where you can still have some pretty thick bush Like, it's not a thing. But a city, that's different. But then the woods, the forest, and the jungle would all go to grasslands for a metropolis. So it would basically simulate you've stripped out all of right, all of it. Now downgrading a province, I don't know. I right now I'm not going to worry about it, but I just want to see if it's possible to actually change the vegetation in this situation, because it would really help. Like, look at this jungle in here. Having any amount of development, right? Any amount of cities in here would be largely impractical, right? Because your proximity, nothing is going to work in. It's going to be very hard to even keep development up because of the debuffs regarding development, right? When you look at a super duper jungle province, right? The funny thing is, like, you go from grasslands to jungle in a single boundary. That must be quite the boundary. But if you look at development, right? Jungle, I thought jungle had a huge development malice, but I guess not. I mean, hills and tropical, those won't change. Maybe there's a buff on grasslands or something? No? There's no buff. Okay. What was it that actually might change? I mean, jungle vegetation gives you a buff on food productivity for some reason. You'd think it would be a malice, though. Grasslands is the same buff of food production. That's kind of surprising. But anyway, the gist is, like, as you urbanize the jungle, you're effectively stripping out the jungleness, right? You're converting it, which the same would be true for over in South America. When you start chopping the jungle down, right? You're taking the Amazon down to build Brazil up. The same would be true. You're stripping out the jungle in favor of grasslands, or this is actually farmlands, but I wouldn't go so far as doing farmlands. That's a very specific version. So yeah, it is what it is. Hold on. These guys are almost converted to English. The problem is, if I come in here and I annex them, I'm going to lose this control, right? Because my control is really bad in here. So I would lose that control, and the conversion process would take even longer. So I'm going to go on a quick bio break. I'm going to be right back. We will work on the modding side of what I want to do. All right. Couple pounds lighter and ready to rock and roll. Okay. So, I also want to let's do a quick note. Tributary. Okay. I need to be able to annex tributaries. I don't know why. Like, the thing about this game and what I'm choosing to mod is I understand the historical context of things, right? I understand, like, there were certain rules for whatever, succession laws and stuff like that. But if I'm playing a game where I am basically playing the will of a country, right? You're not playing as a character in this game. You're playing as, and it tells you when you first load up the game, you are playing as, like, the spirit of the country. Like, I am the spirit of England. Like, what is England itself? If you could personify a country, right, the will of the country, everybody, all the subjects are just, they are at the mercy of the will of the country, essentially, right? Well, as the will of the country, I don't like being tethered. I don't like being dictated to of what I can and cannot do, right? So one of the changes that I made was for colonial subjects, because colonial subjects, again, not annexable. And I'm like, why? Like, you're a subject. Like, if you are a king and you have absolute power, no, like, if you're going to say, hey, this little colonial subject, you're going to become us now, right? We're going to own you. Like, most colonial subjects were too small and weak to fight back, right, against something like that. It was only when they got to be much bigger and more powerful or far enough away that it was largely impractical for an overlord to exert its will. But it's, that's their fault for waiting too long. But, like, having crew here as, like, I don't even know if this is even a colonial subject. I don't even know. It's a fiefdom. But I'm pretty sure, I think South England might be, yeah, colonial nation of the Kingdom of England, right? Now, in the base game, I made this a colonial nation. I would not be able to annex them, right? I would not be able to annex them. But because I've got my mod installed, right, I can come in here and actually annex them, right? I'd have to improve their opinion. I don't have any improved opinion on them, so let's go ahead and do that. But you still have to have opinion, right? And this one, the colonial nation, they need 190 opinion, not 150. So they really need to love their overlord to start the annexation process. So it is what it is. Like, it's how much they love us is, we can have annexed a subject very recently, so this is a malice. If we're annexing subjects constantly, it tends to hurt your opinion with all the other subjects, as you're like, maybe I'm next. So it is what it is. But being able to annex subjects, any subject, like that is what I wanted. I wanted to not be contained by those kinds of rules as a player. Nor should I think those rules exist at all. Like, a subject of a country is a subject of a country. They can do whatever they want with it. Like, that's been obvious throughout all of human history. Okay, so this guy isn't doing anything. Let's integrate province. What do we need to integrate? Oh, we have a bunch of stuff up here. We have, those are integrated. No, those are not integrated. Green means not integrated. Green means not integrated.
I grabbed this here because the CB that I have on France for the 100 Years' War is taking the throne of France. Right, that's the CB. So I'm like, why not? Grab it. Grab the province that the capital is in. Mine now, baby. Population growth plus 420. And that is strength in government. Ooh, I didn't know strength in government did that. Strength in government is 2%. Really? Available free land, cheap food, large food storage, hospital. Now, what about Paris? See, the population of Paris is off the rails. I don't know what happened to Paris, but it's got over 1 million people. Which is crazy. It's actually completely full. Yeah, people are immigrating from Paris because it's, I don't know how it filled up. Cardinal seat, hospital, cathedral, university, temple, scriptorium, Pound Lock Canal, bridge. I don't see any library. All the usual buildings are in here. Yeah, I don't see any major population buff. I just don't know how their population got so high so fast. What is London's? I mean, London, I've had London, yeah, 520,000. Population growth 5%. Metropolis rank, that... Oh my god. Can I please have this stick? Thank you. This I probably need to nerf a little bit. Not sure why it's such a high percent. 2%. Yeah, I need to nerf that a little bit. I think that probably should be like 0.5% at most. 2% is a pretty, that's too high. Hospital, do I touch the hospital? I can't remember. Cheap food, available land, farmlands, veg, large food storage, strength in government. Strength in government is just, that's my overpowered thing. But yeah, I need to probably lower this metropolis rank. And the hospital. I probably need to nerf the... probably drop the hospital down to 0.25 if I'm touching the hospital. I don't even know if I'm touching the hospital or not. Yeah. .5 population, 0.5% population growth. I think what I did is I'm simulating, like, if you have a hospital, right, more kids are going to survive birth, more mothers are going to survive. Like, in general, the general health of your population goes up when you have a hospital. Now, in my opinion, you should be able to have more than one hospital, right? So I could probably add a... I don't know. I have to see if I'm even overriding the hospital in general at all. Okay. Let's save England. Save. Okay. And exit. Exit. Switch over to Z desktop. Okay. And load up VS Code. Wrong monitor. Let's go over here. Okay, so now we need to look at the not cabinet actions, Buggy's balance. There we go. And we need to look at in-game common building types. Common. Okay, so Counting House, Granary Wharf, Hospital. We need to do this. Local population growth. There's your 0.5%. So this is these changes. So I kind of took when I did both mods, right? The Ludi's multiplayer rebalance and the Metropolis mod, and I've integrated both of those mods. But what I did was, instead of just overriding the files, the base game files, right? One of the things that Ludi did was he just copied an entire file, right? Like all of the common buildings, and then maybe changed 2 lines in a whole huge file. He changed 2 lines, and then the whole file is in the mod. Well, what that does is it overrides and overwrites any and all changes you may make with other mods, right? Whereas my version of those changes, I only override those things that I need to override, right? With either the inject or the replace, because replaces the whole block, but it replaces it, right? It replaces just the single block, and it's essentially like the file itself doesn't matter how many listings there are. This just replaces the horse breeders. And I can't even remember what I did here. I did something to this. I don't even remember what it was. Oh yeah, I added this. There was a log spam about the horse breeders in market not returning the right thing. And so this is just like essentially like a check. Does this market exist in this context? If it does exist, then run this. If it doesn't exist, just ignore it. So, it may or may not work. I don't know. I don't do a lot of horse breeding. I don't build a lot of these, but I was getting sick and tired of seeing that log file spammed in the logs. The logs for this game are absolutely spammed like crazy. And a lot of them they're base game errors. They're not even errors for mods. So yeah, it's just annoying. Probably shouldn't have made 6 cups of coffee at one in the afternoon, but you know, it is what it is. Here we go. So yeah, that change was very straightforward. Okay, Metropolitan. These are all the Met buildings. I need to look at first location ranks. This is one of the files that I had to overwrite the whole thing. There's no way to do this without overriding the whole file. So any mod that affects buildings or like location ranks of cities, right? Rural to town to city to metro is going to override this whole file. And it's going to erase all of this stuff. So beware when you add mods that cover the same basic mechanics, you are overriding likely overriding what other mods do, because there's no way to do location ranks, and that's what a city is. It's a location rank, right? You're just ranking it up. There's no way to do it without overriding everything else, because this file has to exist in a descending order, right? The top tier has to be on the top, and then city, and then town, and then rural location, right? So it's like, it assumes the rank, the higher the rank, the higher it is on this list, right? Because it takes this whole file, and this is like the first element, and then this is the second element, and this is the third element, and it just assumes. The better way of doing this would be having some tag in here, right? You have max rank, but having some tag in here that would just be rank equals, right? Rural would be rank equals 0, then rank equals 1, then rank equals 2, and rank equals 3. But no, they don't have that. That would have been the smart thing to do, but they didn't do it that way. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So one of the things we need to do here is we need to lower the... we can maybe increase the pre-building levels. Let's increase that. There was a flat 2%. Pop growth, there it is. Maybe 10%? Or no, not 10%. 0.25%. Not 2%. 0.25%. That's the better way to go. Local population growth, 0.25%, or even 0.1%. I don't know. I honestly don't know, when a city gets big enough, like, does it actually cause a malice to the population? Does it actually lower the population? Town buildings. So hospital here. Right here, we inject hospital. If I wanted to affect how many levels we can get, I would have to replace the whole block. That's the only way to do it. There is no way in the back end of the files to adjust one element. That would be so nice to be able to do. Basically treat it like a JSON patch, like Vintage Story. That would be brilliant to be able to do that. But the game doesn't treat these like JSON files. So right now I really don't want to mess with that, but local population growth, I think maybe setting this, did I lower this already? I think I did, but I mean, 0.25% for a hospital. 0.1%. See, I want a 0.2. 0.2 is good. It's a hospital. It should be helping boost your people. Local disease resistance. This is adding another 10% to the disease resistance, because what it does, this modifier block already exists, right, in the hospital. There's already one of these in the hospital. What we're doing is adding another one, and what the game does is it takes the one that is there and it adds the one that I add, right? So it takes this modifier block, and then it sees that there's another one, and it just merges the two together, and it takes all of the things together, right? So like the granary, if we look at the granary in the game, local food capacity is 500. Well, this says 300. So what it does is it takes the 200 that the base game defines, and it adds another 300 onto that, right? So it adds that, so it's a total of 500 food capacity. And then say the same down the line. So what I want to look at is The rank here, I don't think there's anything in the base game I have to think about like where when you click the button, what happens? And if there's a way to dynamically edit location. Let me look to see. Steam apps. There we go. In-game, common, location, ranks. Yeah, see, there's no help file for this. The base game location ranks is the same as what I've got. But I'm wondering if there is a what triggers when you click that button, if there's something we could capture or add. Is there anything in the game that changes the vegetation? This is where Notepad comes in. Notepad. Because I can do a search, right? Find in files for vegetation. I think that's spelled right. Probably not. Let me look. Vegetation. That's going to take a hot minute. It's got many thousands of files to look at. I think there's like 28,000 files in the back end of this game. Because what I want to know is if there is, like, we have the country modifier here, right? So we have a rank modifier, which is like the rank is what this is, right? Metro is a rank. So the rank modifier is this. Right? So what we could do, see, there's no, I don't know if there's a way in this rank modifier to like dynamically apply a rank. Right? I mean, there might be. There might be, depending on how this is processed. Vegetation. So malaria, vegetation. Columbian Exchange. Ooh, that is a lot. Wow. Wow. Okay. That's a lot of script. So, to give you an idea, this file is in-game common generic actions Columbian Exchange. Okay. I want to get this in my in-game common generic actions. Columbian Exchange. Okay. select trigger, right? So what this does is it's like the way that these work, new world good to new location, okay? So this is literally like move new world good to new location. So the first select trigger is looking for a situation, which is the Columbian Exchange, right? Columbian Exchange is the situation. So situation is active. Yes, there it is. So the first is looking for a good, right? And it's saying, hey, what is the good? What is the list? AI interaction source list. This is for AI interaction stuff, but I think it probably applies to the player too. I'm not 100% sure. But then it looks for a region. Looking for a region. Right. So it's looking for a region where you own or has subject in. Well, that would have been a nice to know thing. Yeah, that would have been nice. And then it wants a location. So very, very specifically, it wants a location where to spread the new resource. So here, the visible part of it is what is visible, right? So you have different triggers. If the good is tobacco, well, we need to limit, right, where the climate is and where the regions are. Right? So you have all of these, right, where it's like I want all these regions. And then cacao, or cocoa, whatever, however you pronounce that. Right, needs more tropical areas, right? So you need wetlands, you need atoll, and then maize, forest, blah blah blah. Trigger if, okay, and then effect. Change max raw material workers, RGO workers. This value RGO workers, subtract 1, minimum 0, multiply by -1. Ah! This is removing, right, all but 1,000. It's basically changing the RGO workers down to 1 again, right? That's what this is doing. 1 in this context and population, 1 is 1,000. Anytime you see like, you know, any numbers that's like 1, like, hey, there's 1 worker. Well, it's actually 1,000 workers. They're in groups of 1,000. Change raw material, change prosperity. I wonder if there would be. I wonder if I could do a cabinet action that would be like slash and burn, cut down the forest, right? I wonder if the base game has a version of that. I wonder. Let's see. Change raw material, change prosperity. I would love to see like a change vegetation. Because if I can't trigger it with the upgrade to a city, then I can find a different way of approaching it. Forest generator. Yeah, this is. So let's see if we can do change vegetation. If that exists anywhere. I doubt it. No. vegetation equals. This is going to be a lot, but like change prosperity, change max raw material workers. There's a lot of comparisons, right? Location. I don't know if there's a way to change, like actually change the vegetation of a location. Vegetation. So let me see. There was a place in here that defined. Location triggers. Vegetation. Map modes. Vegetation. Because the way the vegetations is this defined is in the location templates, right? Vegetation equals blah of all of the different things. It's just setting a variable. Like this location, vegetation equals this. But what I want to do is be like, hey, here's a cabinet action, and the cabinet action, let's say, takes, I don't know, like 3 months to enact, right, to finish. Would be like, hey, this process takes a while, so if you do it on a location, let's say it takes 3 months, and it's essentially like changing the actually changing the vegetation of a location. And to take it from whatever it is and have it available on jungle, forest, and woods, for those three, to change it into grasslands, right? You could even reset. So you could balance it, and you know me, I'm all about the balance, right? I'm all about like proper balance. But again, getting it working is job one. I just want to see if it's possible to say, hey, when this finishes, unfinished, whatever, like vegetation of this province, boom, you change the vegetation. And we don't need the 22,000 hits in that file. Game concepts, vegetation, texture, map. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the game in the base game. I'm not seeing anything in the game that actually changes the vegetation. So what we could do, I don't know how to do this. Let's see. Close that. The other thing here would be like country modifier. You could probably do a location modifier. There's no help regarding the locations, though. Let's look at the EU5 wiki really quick. Location modifier. Making modifiers. Yeah. I don't want to. In EU5, is there a way to change location? While playing. So basically, it said it's not going to be possible as an official feature because they can't make the 3D map change during the game. They said it would be trivial for modders to make a mod for vegetation change if they don't care about the 3D map. So we can make it grassland, but it's still going to look like a jungle. Art lead. Um, Let's see. I guess river. Editing location. Whoa, that was a scroll. Jesus. Let's see. Prosperity, development, roads. Vegetation. Location. No, I don't want to. Okay. What the hell? Oh, wow. I must have missed an update or something. Chrome, the Control F. Oh, now it's different. Modify. No. I could obviously add modifiers that would counter, right? That would counter it. So I don't know. Cultivating farmland, deforestation, afforestation, the draining of swamps have been asked for a long time. Since they're cool, we give agency to the player. History. So what I'm going to see. Let's see if where in the GUI location rank is triggered. I believe I have somewhere. I think I have to in building tooltips. I know I had to edit the UI a little here. To get, the location rank that's up in the thingy here, to get that actually to show up with the metro. Like when you mouse over a building and you see like what ranks that it has in it, I had to edit this GUI file to be able to include that value because it wasn't in there, right? It wasn't a thing. If we do a search for metro, you can see like I had to add a metro in here. And that is what it is. The actual trigger to click said modifier was let's see if I can find it. I'm getting a little bit more familiar with the back end of this game and how it functions, kind of the subtle nuances of how it works. There's still parts of it that are like hard to crack into, but I can usually spot things. So scripted widgets, no, that's not it. GUI. Sometimes it's hard to know if it's in like main menu. Scripted lists, no. I think it must be in loading. Game load? No, it can't be in loading. GUI. I'm trying to find the specific button. Right? The specific button of when you click that button to upgrade and it actually triggers the upgrade. Widget equals location rank. Okay, I don't know what that means. Don't need diseases. Location effects, that's just a localization. Lots of localization files. States, I'm looking for a GUI file. Um, institutions. Parliament issues. Lots of Parliament issues. Wow. Scripted effects. Upgrade location rank. Okay. Root location. Okay. Move building. Location effects. Upgrade location rank. If location rural settlement, change location rank. Town. Else if limit location rank town. Upgrade to city. In-game common scripted effects. I must have done this. Like in-game common. That's not the mod. Look at okay. Change location rank. I'm looking at, by the way, common scripted effects, location effects. So let's look at again, let's load that same file. Game, in-game, common, scripted effects, location effects. Okay. Upgrade location rank right here. Okay. Just look at all these other ones. Change the location rank effect. Ooh, that's interesting. Change location rank. Not sure why there's an effect here and just a normal. Location rank town. Location rank city. How do I not have this file in my mod to change it? Scripted effects. I don't even have that folder in my mod. So how did I not include this? Colonial nation, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, earthquake events. Bunch of these. Scope, target location, catastrophic earthquake damage, if, limit, location rank, city, change location rank to town. So if a catastrophic earthquake hits, it's going to downgrade your location. Just so you know. So change location rank is a thing. I wonder if there's a change location vegetation, which subtly rhymes just enough to be aggravating. Location rank. Blah, 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 blah. There's so many things. So let's do a search then on upgrade location rank, the actual like scripted scripted effects. See if that upgrade location rank. Yes. It doesn't appear in very many places. It appears in 3 different places. Flavor of DLH. I don't know what country that would be. That looks like might be India. Possibly. DLH. This is a huge file. As well as POL, which I'm guessing is Poland. Rename location, upgrade location rank. Okay. So the upgrade location rank it's a triggerable thing via something like an event, right? A scripted event that happens upgrades the rank, sort of like if you have a parliament thing that's like, hey, we want to upgrade a town, boom, you upgrade location rank, and the script will upgrade it based on what it is, right? If it's a rural settlement, it increases it to a town. If it's town, it goes to a city. If it's already a city, then it just adds some development. So it wouldn't upgrade it then to a metropolis, which I think that would be way overpowered. Because Metropolis, the Metropolis upgrade itself is only available to the player. The AIs can't the AIs are not able to upgrade places to Metropolis. They're just it's just too much. So location rank. Let's do a change location search. Change location anything. Change location owner. Change location modifier size. Okay, that's not what I want. Change location owner, blah, blah, blah. Change location rank. Parliament issues. Yep, there we go. Right, on debate pass, change location rank. Change location controller. What I would really love to find, and this is probably in code somewhere, which is why I can never find it, was what actually gets called when change location rank is run, right? So it's like change location rank equals location rank : city, right? But that change location rank is defined somewhere. That's a function defined somewhere. And that's what I can't find is where is that located? And I really hope I can find it somewhere. If not, it's a callback to something in code that's doing it. Because what I would really like to do is change location vegetation. Right? That's what I would like to do. Is like actually change that. But I don't know if change location vegetation is the thing. I doubt it. There's a bunch of them though. Change location owner, change location controller, change location rank. So like controller would be like if you have a rebellion and boom, it would be like a rebellion. Change location rank effect. Location rank is city. flavor POR, Portugal? Maybe? Change location owner. Earthquake, well, more of those earthquake events. Change location owner. I wonder, like, scripted trigger, scripted effects. Scripted triggers. Location triggers. Location in any relation. These are like is capital of. Location owner can build. These are like things to look at. They're like predefined if statements. Scripted modifiers. I don't think that would be it. Man, it's just hard to know if that's even possible. A lot of these would be under, not in game, but main menu, common, scripted triggers. Ooh, no. Existing country, releasing country formation, overlords and organization. Yeah, this is very much not what we're looking for. So this upgrade location rank, this is not. Yeah, change location vegetation is not a thing. Location effects. Change location rank. Effects localization. Change development, change prosperity. There's no change of vegetation. They really, even though they say, hey, it's possible, they really don't leave a lot of breadcrumbs for modders to be like, figure out how to do this. It's really like, you figure it out. Like, very minimal help to the modding community to figure out how to do something. But yeah, like, being able to then add core, remove core, rename, change integration, change control, blah, 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 change location controller. So this file I'm looking at is just like, it's just location effects, and it's just very minimal, but I think these are callbacks to like code, like C++ code, right? Because what these are actually doing is never defined, right? And so change location rank. This is where it's just global pass, third pass. I don't know what any of this like third change location rank effect, pass third change. I have no idea what that means. But the actual code, like what this actually is doing, I don't know. It shows a lot of like what this is doing. Change location rank. This is calling that function, right? It's calling that rank. And this same file is what we were looking at before. Upgrade location rank is change location rank. So it's calling that function, which is defined somewhere else. And it's like, I don't know why you need scope, target location, change location rank, location rank equals location rank city, blah, 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 every pop, every province, whatever. It's a hidden effect. Oh, wow, it's a hidden effect. There's a ton of hidden effects in this game too, stuff that you're never told. So basically, what I could do, again, I really wish what I really wish I could do is do in here rank modifier, country modifier, right? Is just like put a location modifier in here and just set like vegetation equals in here. But I don't really know when the rank modifier is like yeah, they really don't want you changing the vegetation. What's weird is it can dynamically adjust the vegetation anyway, depending on how big the city is. Right? So the developers claim that they can't change the vegetation dynamically because of the 3D visuals of the game is completely BS. Because the cities grow big and they start removing the trees. So why not be able to just set it to grasslands and treat it like there's no trees there? But like finding either doing it in the rank itself, by looking at location modifiers and seeing all the different examples of location modifiers. Close all of these. Location modifier. Seeing what these locations, like what possible things are being done here with location modifiers. Most of them are done with like the actual built-in modifiers. Location modifier. Okay, that's Is port. So I wonder, like, so something like this, right? This is what I'm thinking of. Location, whoa, modifier equals, and then potential trigger. Let's do vegetation equals jungle. Vegetation equals vegetation equals jungle, and then we could just do like or woods. Right? Something like this is what I'm thinking. But again, I don't know. If we go down to city then. Oh, I copy the whole damn thing. Come down to city. Get rid of this and just set this. And I need to look at there's so many things in here. And again, this could crash hardcore. 100%. It could crash bad. Let's see. Location modifiers. Potential trigger. Let's look back at my search for vegetation. So why I like Notepad++ is it's, you do a bunch of searches and it saves them all. It's really nice. Can't imagine how much. I can't. Yeah, I can't imagine how much memory this little app takes, but it is what it is. Vegetation, woods, forest, jungle. I just want to validate my jungle, forest, woods. Okay. And this is changing it to woods. Right? I don't know if location modifier is valid here, but it must be if country modifier is, right? Because rank modifier is technically the location, right? But it's essentially like this is a rank because this is in location ranks. But the location modifier should be able to be applied as well. Location modifier, yeah. So I could put a bunch more other modifiers in here. Yeah, there's potential trigger. Is port, yes. So this is potential trigger or vegetation equals jungle or forest. And then change it to woods, right? Potential trigger is this. Change it to this. Okay. Location modifier. And then the metro is detecting the woods, right? So if we upgrade from a town to a city, right, we should see that from jungle up to the city, if jungle, then change the vegetation equal to woods. Right? But there is no change location vegetation like thing. It's just like, can we do this? And just say, hey, vegetation equals this instead of comparing it. Right? This is a comparison. This is not. So how do we ensure, right, that this is like we're actually setting this? I really don't know. If there's like, this is probably going to not go well, but oh yeah, I was going to look at metropolitan. Somebody asked me to nerf a little bit one of the buildings in here. Sewer network. Town, city, and metro. Population growth. Here it is. 0.25%. Yeah, 2.5% is that's too high. I mean, even going down to 1.15% probably is more than enough. I wish there was a way to like adjust that modifier a little bit. Like the higher the population, the less of the thing, right? Because the higher the population, the more full the city, which means, you know, fewer people and all of this are going to be able to get services. So it's going to, you know, nature finds a way. It finds balance, even when that balance is like killing a bunch of people to find the balance. It's still a balance, just, you know, in the wrong direction. Okay, so yeah, that, like, this could be very bad. Vegetation equals woods. This is the problem, is I don't think there is not a change location or change vegetation. I've done search for that already. So change location vegetation has 0 hits. Change vegetation has 0 hits. I mean, vegetation alone has 24,000 hits, so I really don't want to go through those. Change location, anything is 305 hits. We've already gone through those. But like change vegetation is not in here, and I don't know where I would put it. Like scripted modifiers. Scripted modifiers work like scripted events and triggers. It can be evoked with parameters using name equals yes. Sample modifier. Random list. Modifier. Like most of the stuff that you see in here is just like adds like flavor text and stuff. but I mean there is some actual modifiers. The fact that the game doesn't have any scripted modifiers defined, the directory is empty. Right. This directory is where all of those modifiers, like change location rank, should be, but they're not because they're being hidden. Main menu, common, scripted triggers, static modifiers, location. So these are all the locations base values. Harbor, Dynasty, has road, location size, movement cost, blockaded by ice. That's a triggerable thing. Oh. That means something completely different nowadays. Under siege is occupied, devastation, prosperity, development, capital, province capital, control. I'm guessing vegetation is in here somewhere. Market center, unemployed peasants, coastal, RGO level, looted. Volcanic soil. That must be really good. Oh. Oh yeah. 50% boost to food. Hostile troops. Look at all of the these are all of the static modifiers for locations. It's crazy how many there are. As you can see, there are a few. Is vegetation in here? No. Vegetation is not in here. How about in this one? Location historical base value. No, these are just country specific, basically. Sicily, Amber, yeah. Scripted triggers, no. Scripted lists, no. Script values. Vegetation isn't in here. It's defined somewhere. Yeah, vegetation isn't even in the static modifiers thing. Like if I just did a search for jungle, where is jungle at? Like where is that defined? Age templates land. Army infantry buildable impact jungle. I don't know what that is. Ah. It's modifiers on things. Vegetation generators. There we go. Meshes, density. That's fine. Materials. That's a big file. Battlefield. Biome. Biome definition. There we go. Forest jungle. Climate Arctic. Vegetation jungle. What? That's weird. How can you define two different? Look at this. Right? Vegetation equals forest. Vegetation equals jungle. Topography is flatland. Topography equals flatland, wasteland. Which one is it? Doing this twice is very confusing. Is this an if? Right? Is this an if statement? If topography equals this, or vegetation equals jungle, or this, then the biome is this. Is that how this works? If the climate is this, right? How does this work? Because this doesn't make any sense to me. This file is, I don't know. I don't know what this does. Biome. Is there more? There's no help file in here at all. Let's see. Top of the list? Oh, there's something at the top. Climate equals climate key. Vegetation equals vegetation key. Game common. Defined in game common vegetation. Okay. Vegetation. Okay, here's game common vegetation. Good. It's a very dark green. Forest is a slightly lighter green. Woods is even lighter. Farmland is super green, like vibrantly green. Grasslands is a richer greenish, probably, maybe. Desert is mostly yellow. Okay, so it's like, here's the jungle, color terrain, movement cost, proximity, blah, blah, blah. So this is where vegetation is. These are all the different vegetations. Right, so vegetation keys are optional. Um, flat mat material. This is in graphics. These are graphics design, like definition for like when you click on a province. What if the vegetation equals this? Then what texture do you use? Um, I know this is super boring. I know probably nobody's watching. part of the process of making these mods and learning new systems. Part of the reason why I do this, or why I'm doing this now, is to sort of prove to myself that I'm capable of what I'm still doing. Like, this is a tough process. Like when you're trying to learn something completely foreign and different, it's almost like it's not necessarily learning a new language, but it certainly comes close. Um, vegetation development. Yeah, see, Jungle has a -4 in malice on development. It's crazy. So you take all the values from the development and you add all the different modifiers, and that gives you your kind of base development. Which is a way of rebalancing things, right? But Jungle is a flat -4. It's madness. I mean, there are worse things out there. Like some of the deep Saharan deserts are crazy bad. Some are even worse. Like some of the areas. Like there's an Ezo area in Japan that is -25. That's oh man, that's rough. You ain't getting much dev there, no matter how OP your things. Okay, so the other thing we wanted to do, I can't forget, is edit subject types. Okay, so let's go to the base game, go to subject types. We are going to copy tributary, paste it. This is one of those examples where we have to just override the base game. So this is my copy, Buggy's Balance, of the tributary, right? So in order to change one little thing in this, I have to override the whole block. There's just no other way to do it. So if you look at my Colonial Nation version, right, there's the Colonial Nation redefinition, and all I did was change this line. There's no way of editing a single item like this in an object in the game without overriding the whole block, right? So it's unfortunate that is the case, but I need to come in here and go, subject can be annexed, yes. Right? And then subject can cancel? No. 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 You are going to be my minion. They can declare wars, fine. Can change rank, sure. Can change their heir, sure. Use overlord map color. So tributary is, I don't even know what kind of, like, what is this supposed to be for? If they don't share my color, right? If we look at, say, a colonial nation, it's not even defined. Let's see. Minimum opinion for offer. I was trying to figure out where the 190 to annex was coming from. Subjects. Diplo chance. Let's see. I'm not 100% sure where that value comes from and why it's so high. But I basically just wanted to be able to annex a tributary. I don't know what in history like how do you define a tributary? Like what defined a tributary versus a vassal versus a fiefdom versus like I understand the difference between like the main difference between like a vassal and a fiefdom. A vassal has its own ruler, where a fiefdom you are essentially the ruler of that smaller country. So that's one of the big differences that's obvious to me with those two. But like tributary looked like its own sovereign nation that you couldn't touch after it was created, that could have its own wars and do all of its own shit that you still couldn't annex. So what's the point? If it's its own country already, all it did was basically block them and made them pay you some money and some manpower. Like, nobody's going to like that. So we'll see what the cost to annex of a tribute. I'm guessing it's going to be 190 again. I don't know where that value comes from, like how it's calculated. We might be able to look at an actual, like, is a fiefdom? There's got to be a fiefdom in here. Yeah, let's look at a fiefdom and see if there's a block of code for annexing. Creation. Visible through diplomacy. Unenable, undisable. Okay, there we go. Annexing speed. Min years before, min opinion. There it is. Okay. So these are, I'm missing these in the colonial nation. So we can go to colonial nation and be annexed. So maybe annexing speed will be like 0.8. Although I don't know how this. Min years 10, min opinion 150, stall opinion 125. Sure. Just keep it the same. And then tributary, we want the same sort of thing. Maybe bump these a little bit higher. Make them a little harder to differentiate them. Since you basically had to conquer them to be a tributary, you had to use the tributary CB on them to conquer them. They have to love you a little bit more. So, colonial nations are mostly your population anyway, so they should be more than happy to become one of us. So that takes care of that little thing. I'm sure there's a few more different subjects types in here. Appanage. This one was one of Ludi's changes. I don't know 100% what he did to that. He adjusted some of those, but Dominion was another one, and this one was another one that couldn't be annexed. Like, Um, like, and there you could add, I could add my own. Like, I could add my own because there's a README in here. Let's see, where is it? Okay, there it is. Right. So subject types. Here's all all the different variables that you can do with a subject type. Right. So, tons and tons and tons of control. So it'd be interesting to do an overpowered one. Just call it like minion. Like you're a minion, and it's just like give me all the things. And you can build your own stuff, but you will forever be a minion. Even get a little screenshot of a little minion and be like, put that in, put that as the leader, just like a little minion. That would be immersion break. People wouldn't like that. I know they wouldn't. Okay, so I guess we could try to test this out and just monitor the log files. I'm sure this is not going to work. Like it's almost guaranteed it's not going to work. So we can open the logs here. Here's another spam that I get. Right? This is another spam I get. This is the game log, which, this is from today. So this is while I was playing. So while I was playing, this log file hit nearly 10 megabytes. Just shy of 10 meg. And it's just like tens of thousands of these lines, right? But if I look at this scripted relation, let's close. I don't need this. This one I probably want to keep open. This is my location ranks. Yes. This is probably what's going to bug out. We nerfed sewers. That was somebody suggested that, so I did that. That was a good catch. Some of these like metro buildings are very, very overpowered. So like they're very, but again, metros only the player can build them. AIs can't build them. And they're very late game. To even upgrade to a metro, you have to have steel in your country. And I don't even know when steel gets unlocked, but I know it's pretty late. Urban health, I think I do this here. Local population growth, yeah, I probably want to bump that down as well. 0.15%, not 1.5%. Grand Observatory, Industrial Waterworks. What does the observatory do? Literacy, cultural influence, institute growth. Max literacy. Yeah. Really bumps max literacy. Industrial waterworks. Coastal. Yeah. Maritime commercial exchange. I should really look at building these in my test world. Local unrest, 5% unrest? No. That's really high. Okay. So this file is where everything could go wrong. This was just showing like this is the icon that you see in the tooltips. This wasn't the button that you click though for upgrading a location. That would be in the location GUI somewhere. Which would be main menu GUI. Or would it be under the game? Is there a GUI under the game? There is GUI. Location. Window. Okay, so we're looking for a button. Location rank tooltip. Tooltip widget. Can upgrade rank. Okay. Now, what is this action? Click left. Effects. Location. Get upgrade rank effects. On action. Upgrade location rank. See this call here? Right? This is a code call. This is not a, hey, this is a script call that I can call myself. Yeah. This is the only place that this actually appears in the game files, is this exact spot. It's the only place it appears. Nowhere else does this appear. So it's not defined anywhere. This is a direct C++ call. Somehow it's mapping itself to a C++ function. So upgrade location rank. Well, I'm hoping that this triggers in that modifier and actually runs, right? It runs this. But I doubt it. So I'm gonna move this. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at there's another bunch of where does this trying to reshape data model? I have no idea where that comes from. But if we go up to, well, this is error. Let's go to here. Guarantee vassal independence. Okay, scripted relation has no category set. So if we go into common scripted relations, right? This is literally a category of scripts. Scripted relation, guarantee vassal independence, which is it's a scripted relation, and we open with code. Now remember, guarantee vassal independence, scripted relation has no category set. Guarantee vassal independence, category. Right? How is this error being triggered when it's literally defined in here? Right? Unless whatever this is, right? Unless whatever this is not defined in either offer or cancellation. Whatever this is doing, right? There must be other categories, right? There must be other ones, because no category set is saying category offer or category cancellation. There must be a third or fourth or fifth value in here. So the best I can think of is to hey, what are the other ones? Category offer, cancellation, right? So embargo nation. Ooh, break. See? Category economy act. So break, maybe this error is because something is a break and it's saying, hey, break is not a category. Script relation has no category for break. Right? That's the only thing I can think of that would be like that. Is that error? Well, that definitely doesn't have any categories set. Anti-coalition treaty, anti-piracy agreement. So break, we could add a break. So if we do this, let's grab a copy, guarantee vassal independence. We're going to copy that file. We're going to go into mine, in-game, common, and this is scripted relations, which sounds dirty a little. It sounds a little dirty. Scripted relations. We're going to paste it in there. We're going to edit it. We're going to copy, paste, and just put break. Right? Like, literally just whatever. Break. Close this one, because we don't need that one. And let's look at maybe one that has it. Oh my goodness, there's another one. There's a request in there too. I don't know why there's I don't know why offering, like, why when you offer a vassal of a country independence, when you're offering that, right? Why is that a hostile action? Right? When you're guaranteeing, it's a friendly action. So why is it a hostile action when you're offering vassal independence? Right? Shouldn't that be a friendly? Right? Shouldn't that be a friendly? Offer, request, cancellation, break. Offer, request, cancellation, break. So I mean, breaking and canceling it 100%, those are hostile. Like you're no longer guaranteeing their independence. That kind of screws them over. So those are hostile. But offering or even requesting, I mean, a request could be seen as hostile. Hey, can you guarantee my blah blah blah? And it's like, no. Offer enabled, request enabled, will expire. I don't. I mean, offer and request wants to keep, will expire. Offer and offer enabled was already in here, right? Offer was already in here, but it wasn't up here. So I'm just going to remove request because I don't think but this is already offer wasn't already enabled here. So I don't think we need to do anything other than say, hey, I'm going to offer, which is a friendly action. I'm going to keep it friendly because I think it should be friendly. Allow guarantee. I mean, there's not a whole lot of validation. Scope actor not has block treaties. So whatever. Opinion is great power, whatever. I mean, this could royally foobar things, but this was already in here. Offer enabled was already in here. It just wasn't up here, right? So let's keep that, and then obviously going down the list here, I see 7 bazillion things, and I look at this tributary. Well, this happens to be one that we're actually doing here. we're actually editing this file. So this should be something that we edit. So we need to go up to subject types, go to tributary. And again, this error was generated before we overwrote it, right? So this was throwing errors. We created that tributary in the game, but it was throwing errors while we were doing it, right? This script error was being generated many times while we were in the game, and we hadn't overridden it yet. We just did that. So this again is another example of the base game throwing thousands, tens of thousands of log errors for base game things, right? Base game things. So what line was this on? This was on 88. So is 88 above or below where we changed? I think it was 88 was definitely above the line that we changed. Right? So can be annexed, we changed this, and then we added these. But those are below line 88. So we go up to 88, right here. Event target link. Scope returned an invalid object. Scope actor is subject of. So it's saying this returned returned an invalid object. Right? Why is that? Well, it's probably because of that. That's my guess. For some reason, there are places in the game that this is not set, or this question mark equals, which is sort of like it's just validating whatever comes after is in the proper scope of what the scope is. So if the scope is wrong or returns something bad or not the right thing, this evaluation is not set. Same as this scope target, it's evaluating that. If it's something bad, aka returned an invalid object, then it doesn't do anything. But I don't know what effects that has, right? So we have to then set like scope target here. Does this throw an error? Trigger if, right? Anytime you see this scope, it's, I don't know what, if scope actor is saying, hey, I don't know, but it's erring on that line and that line only. Line 88 is literally the only one, many lines of error. So I'll just not care. Another scope problem of international organization, another file that I've never touched. I can't stop myself fixing errors like this because these should be fixed before they send out updates. One of my biggest pet peeves with this game is simple things like this, because it's like the testers, whoever is testing the game behind the scenes, is not actually monitoring their log files. Because imagine if you're testing and you see this, right? Look at the side of my screen. Look at how many goddamn lines of that exist, right? You would think a tester would see that and go, well, we have a problem. There's another 20,000 lines of this error. We need to figure out what this is, right? Just in a couple hours of playing the game, I've found several of these iterations. The vast majority of these, I've not touched any of these scripts. So these are all base game. Another one, event target link. So this was create province subject, right? This is probably when I was trying to create things. Generic actions, create province subject, did not get a matching scope, expected a country but got province. So this is create province subjects in generic actions. And I know for a fact that I didn't override this. At least it doesn't sound familiar. Yeah, I don't even have a generic actions directory. So if we look at the base game and we look at create province subject, small little script, and this is saying event target link ruler. So this is line 150. So if we zippy down to 150, boom. Ruler, okay. So this right here, for some reason, event target link ruler did not get a matching type. Expected a country, but got province. So for some bizarre reason, this returned the province, right, rather than a country. This is returning a province, not the country. But its scope of new country should be setting the ruler, right? So scope new country. Yeah, I think this scope here, target province. So scope target province is this scope. So scope target province, create location country from province. Scope new country. This is already setting the ruler. Capital. Save scope as new country. Okay. So then it's saying, hey, new country. Right? So it's, for some reason, this is returning the wrong thing. Save scope as new country is saving. So when it immediately looks at the next scope, right, it runs this line, sets a new scope, right, saves it as, and then for some reason wants to save scope again, save it as ruler. I don't understand what this is doing. It's saying ruler equals save scope as ruler. This should be a character. Ruler should be the character. Ruler equals scope ruler. So this should be effect. This is probably either a fiefdom or something. Select trigger. Create province subject. Province. Subject type. Looking for a subject type. Trigger. Show if has it overlarge ruler equals no. Okay, so this triggers like selecting a ruler, right? So looking for a character, okay? Effect. Subject type, capital. If target province and ruler, else if just target province, using overlord's ruler. Okay, so this is overlord's ruler. So this is not ruler either, scope ruler. So the target flag. So I think what this is doing is it's getting confused because ruler. Yeah, this is I think like I'm a little hesitant for absolutes, but ruler is almost like a reserved word. Obviously, it's a reserved word because it's green, right? So ruler is something very specific. And this select is saying target flag equals ruler. This is kind of a temporary flag. This is a scoped flag here. So it's like this scoped tag is like, it's not like scope : ruler it's a reserved thing, right? So it should be target flag here should be like ruler _ selection, right? And then all of those, any references to this should be ruler _ selection anywhere that it needs to be. The fact that this is like, again, thousands of lines, and here we got a bunch of these again. So I just try to clean these up because they are really annoying. We've actually got an error with one of my mods. Finally. Left was culture, right was province. Okay, what? Z player integrate province. What did I do here? Let's see. That's a different mod. So let's minimize this. Go to Polka. In-game. Common. Cabinet actions. Integrate province. And this is line 46. Right here. Left side and right side during comparison were different types. Left was culture, right was province. Line 46. Left side versus right side. Left was culture, right was province. Left was culture, right was province. So root was province. This was a culture. Interaction target, target. Select province. I don't know if I need this line, right? Let's look at integrate area. So integrate area is going to run on province, which, where is this at? In the visible thing? Okay, so visible. As cabinet action. Why do I have a different way of doing that here? Any location in province. What this is doing is saying, hey, if there's already a cabinet member there, don't do anything. But this is like a really stupid way of doing it. This would be the way to do it. Any location and area, so that's taken care of down here. Right? This player integrate province. Cabinet already performing task on target. Player integrate province. Interaction target target, which is the target, right? This is target flag equals target. This, I don't know what the hell, like this is such a weird way of doing it. Has cabinet action equals yes, blah, blah, blah. Scope actor, I don't need any of that. Cabinet already performing same task on target. Like cabinet action, player integrate province, integrate province. So this one is any location and area, integration level. Right? Any location in an area is again like you have a bigger area, but then it just goes through. If any of those locations are conquered, right, it allows it to be visible, but only if there's no cabinet member already performing the same task. And I could add another one in here that is like cabinet, and I could do like, again, any location in area. Then I could do maybe, or any province in area. I think there's probably one that you could probably do, any province in area, and then you could detect this one. But I think this can go. Because this, cabinet already performing same task on target, player integrate province, interaction target, target. So this line here is doing what this is doing without this weird thing here. This interaction target equals target. Yeah, so I'm just going to get rid of this. You know, we'll see. We'll see if it works. But let's close that. So this is create province. So yeah, this is like, yeah, I'm not going to mess with that right now. Tributary, we've already sort of poked this. Yeah, I already poked this a little bit. We'll see. We'll see what this does. Title, some weird base game title, scope, Red Turban Rebellions. Again, that's another file I haven't touched. Siege location from subject. A bunch more. Wow, look at all of those. Why is that triggering? There's another one that I don't touch. Common cabinet Z player integrate province. I just was looking at that. Line 45. Z player integrate province. Cabinet action return to invalid object. Yeah, 45. So this was. Whatever this had in it before was triggering yet another, so changing that, I'm hoping we'll get rid of both of those. And then the error log again is just like tens of thousands. I don't know what triggers this one. There's no information. Obviously it's a GUI something. I have no way of controlling that one. Siege location, here's another bunch of those errors. Prefetch data. There's the cabinet actions again. Those are fine. So I'm gonna have this on my other monitor when I run the game, because that will let me know right away how disastrously bad this is gonna be. Maybe make a backup of my save. Maybe that would be an. Let's see. Where? Mod. Save games. 27 megs is the save. Wow. Say copy. Just in case this really foobars things. Save backups. And paste. Okay. So we are backed up, monitoring the logs. Let's cross our fingers and toes. This could be just, it could just barf out a whole bunch of errors. I'm letting it load. It could, sometimes it takes a while because again, this is loading and processing like 25,000 files. Just to give you an idea of what this is doing. This is an insane amount of processing that it's doing behind the scenes. It's crazy what it's doing. So, yeah, that's why this takes a loading game. This is one of the most data-driven games I've ever seen. Okay. Let's go game log. Okay. Yeah, it's already... Yeah. Unexpected token location modifier. Shit. Shit. Yeah, unexpected token location modifier near line 33 and 95. Yeah. So location modifier is not a valid token in that specific file, location range. Right? There's no information in the game at all. There's no information in the back end. What is valid for location range? Like, what are the valid keys? There's obviously like country modifier. For some reason that is valid. But there's not a location modifier. So so I know it's not wise to even load the game because, yeah. So the error we were getting right here. Unexpected token location modifier near line 33 and 95. Or near line. Why is this like near line 33 in file line 42 and 103. Oh, that's the wrong file. 103. So it's treating this as one line, right? This is one line. That's why it's like this is the line that it's triggering on, because it's like it's treating that as line, and then 43 is up here, which is right here. Okay, 42. So it does not like that location modifier. So rank modifier, if we do a search in Notepad for rank modifier, this is probably the only, I would guess this is the only file this appears in. No, that's actually not true. Location rank 00 default, country ranks. Okay, so there are country ranks, which use the same tag, rank modifier. Location rank modifier. Location rank. I wonder if I could just do this. Like, scope colon location is valid. Um, oh, let's see. Hmm. Because I don't know what the scope is here, right? Right. This vegetation call, I don't know what this is going to look. Is this generally scoped to the location? Because that's kind of how it should be bound. But again, there's no help. There's no README. There's nothing regarding this file. Right. But this location rank here, right? This location rank is telling me like this allow location rank. Oh God, location rank. Yeah, the stupid like little tooltip thing that pops up like, hey, ask Copilot. Fuck. Oh my God. Why did they add that? Why? Nobody wants to do that. Nobody is using it. So that tells me like location rank. So see, ask for edits. Like, why? I don't want it in freaking VS Code. I don't need it. I wonder if there's a way to disable that. God, it's just so annoying that every time I mouse over something, it's like, ooh, do this, do this, do this. Very insistent. Very easy to accidentally click on that shit. So yeah, modifier cannot. Yeah, so this is checking the location. It's checking the population of the location. So vegetation should be able to just set the vegetation. Like, this is what I want to do. Set the vegetation. It's looking at the owner. Population, all of that stuff. Okay. So with that little change, I don't know if this is going to trigger what it's going to do, but let's move this back over to this monitor and try it again. Fingers and toes crossed. I have to wait until it's actually loaded to actually look at the logs. Yeah, it really didn't like that. Unknown modifier type, potential trigger. I mean, it didn't error on the vegetation. Oh, wait. Maybe it did. Unknown mod. Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's see. Let's quit. Okay, move this back over. Okay. So now, we have triggered this. Unknown modifier type, potential trigger. It is either invalid or potential dynamic modifier type definition is missing from the database. Potential trigger. So it didn't like this. Okay. And then the very next one, vegetation. Or a potential dynamic modifier type definition missing from the database. 40 and 41. 101 and 102. 40, 41, yeah. So it didn't like this, and it didn't like this. So if we remove this, wow, God, I can't. Potential trigger. Damn it. This is. Oh. Why is my brother trying to call me? I mean, I love that he's trying to call me, but a cursory look at my my channel would see that I'm streaming. Okay, so the biggest issue I have with modding or the back end of this game in general is how do I know what scope everything is in when there's really no easy way of determining that, right? The location rank file, which is this one, it doesn't really tell me what the scope is, right? So the rank modifiers then, if potential trigger isn't a thing, right, in the rank modifier, if I can't do a potential trigger, then I can't detect what it is, right? So I could try to counter with buffs with a trigger, like rank modifiers. With like a city, I could buff the proximity speed, but again, it's going to buff it on the grasslands too. It's going to buff it on the sparse. It's going to buff it on tundra. It's going to buff it on all the other types of vegetation, but not which would buff the other types and help the jungle and the forest. But the whole point is to try to simulate the cutting down of trees en masse on the whole location, and making the general location less foresty, you know. So jungle and forest and woods in a metro would turn them in the grassland, right? Whereas the city would just turn it into maybe a wood. So, oh man, I don't know. This is such a unique file, like a modifier file. Country modifier is valid here. Rank modifier is valid. Location modifier was not. That was hard. And this really did not like unknown modifier type potential trigger. Yeah, there's no help for this at all. So we might have to we might have to do like a cabinet action, right? And see if we can edit it that way. So let's just throw a Hail Mary. Tie it in, tie it into the movie I just saw. So in-game common cabinet actions. Let's do player population. No, I need to integrate. Oh, let's just do develop or something. Something that targets either a province. This one would be probably the easiest. So Z player. What would we call it? Deforestation. Now let's look at the other cabinet actions. And see. Assimilate. I'm just reading through the ones that are here. There's quite a few of them, but some of them are country specific. Recovery effort. Okay, yeah. Well, there's slash and burn new farms. What is this? Slash and burn new farms. Looking for a province. Okay. Finland. Province definition. I need to... tell my brother, hey, I'm streaming, dude. So what does this do? Is finished. Location modifier. Scope target population greater than 15. So it is, while it's running, location modifier is population growth, monthly development, migration, attraction. And it's finished when when it hit 15,000. It's not changing. It's not changing the actual vegetation, right? Slash and burn new farms is not actually changing the vegetation. But I'm going to keep this one up while we edit what we want to do. Deforestation. I just want to see if this is actually something we can do. Because the developers they've suggested that it's possible, right? They've suggested it's possible. Ability, we're going to make this mill. And what is this icon? I don't know. What should the icon be for blanket burning all the things? The GUI, where would that be at? That would be under main menu, graphics. GUI? I can never know where anything is. graphics, interface, icons, cabinet actions. Okay, so this would be pop promote action, which is there. That's not right. We want there's not really a good one. Pacify population might be a good one. It's one that has fire. There it is. That's yeah. Pacify population. Let's actually select the right one. Pacify population. Okay, so this is going to be player deforestation. Okay, I don't want the AIs to run this at all. So potential is AI equals no. Allow vegetation equals jungle. We're going to do an OR on this. Vegetation equals jungle. Vegetation equals forest. Vegetation equals woods. Okay. Okay, looking for a location. So we do I think we should do location by location, right? I don't think it should be like a whole big area, right? You want to focus on one location, and then we just want to see player deforest deforestation select location. Deforest player no location. These are localization strings. Column data equals name, that's fine. We don't care about that. Visible all of this is largely irrelevant. Let's see what this has. Area, population, we don't care about any of that. So the visible part was probably some of this stuff up here. Scope actor is AI equals no. All of this we don't need. But we do need this. Right? Or do we want and? Scope actor and one of these is true, but we don't have any AI. AI is not, it's not possible. So we don't need this or this. We can bring that down and we can remove that. Remove that. Because it's an implied and, right? The thing. So it's visible, this and this. It's an implied and in between these two. So it's saying this and this. This is an or, right? So this is saying vegetation equals jungle, or vegetation equals forest, or vegetation equals woods. That's an or. If any of those are true, right, then the or is true. So this or this Or I'm sorry, this and this. It's an implied and. So visible, it will the selectable locations, right, will only be visible if both of those are true. If this is valid, is AI equals no, right? So this is like what's visible. Scope actor is AI, or vegetation equals this, and I probably want to put in here like that we actually own the province. Like I don't know. How select trigger, looking for a province target. There's nothing in here. Slash and burn new farms about. There's nothing in here about like actually selecting the province, making sure that it's a province that you own, which is kind of amusing. We don't need this. We're not selecting another province after we're selecting a province. So looking for a location. Target flag, source AI. I don't. Source flags AI override. AI should not be using this at all. Scope actor visible. I'll see what this like. This seems to be what I need, but by open file, develop province, visible. Yeah, source is looking at already, so I need to. I need to do a source here. I don't know why I was missing it. Right? Source is like, hey, what are my locations? Right? The actor is the source. Actor being the country is what the actor is. Okay, so province modifier, I guess I think there is a thing. I need to pull up the help, the readme. In-game common cabinet actions. And there's a readme in here somewhere. There it is. Years, months, weeks, days. Okay, so we can set months equal to 3. Right? So months equals 3. All used to define how long it takes to fully become implemented. Modifiers will be scaled by how much of this time is completed. Progress doesn't really matter. So progress we actually want to get rid of. AI will do, we're going to do minus. We do not want AIs to do this ever. Location modifiers, we don't want that. On activate, I don't think we need, we don't need this. On activate, progress, on fully activated. Fired when the action's implementation reaches 100%. Okay. So you can see root equals cabinet, scope actor equals country, scope target, blah, 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 right? So root is the cabinet member, scope actor is the country, and then scope target would be the location. So on fully activated is what we actually want. Not is finished. On fully activated. And then we do the target, scope target, vegetation equals grasslands. Or is it just grass? I don't even know. So 3 months, fully activated, scope target, vegetation equals grasslands. So is finished is not a thing, I don't think. Let's look at is finished. Oh, is finished is it's a check. This is a comparison. It's saying, hey, is it done? On activate, I just want to see on fully activated scope target, which again is up here, scope target, vegetation equals grasslands. On fully activated scope target, vegetation equals grasslands. So we're detecting jungle, forest, or woods. We're triggering this cabinet action, which takes 3 months to do. And when on fully activated, target, vegetation equals grasslands. Now, this is a really straightforward way of doing this, right? We're going to remove that, obviously, because it's spitting out errors. It doesn't like me doing that. Scope target equals vegetation equals grasslands. So the thing about this is, like, what happens, right? If when I reassign the cabinet member, right? I want this to be permanent. I want it to be a permanent change. So on fully activated, let's do a search for that. I don't know how many cabinet actions will have that. On fully activated, fire when the action is implemented 100%. I mean, it appears in several things. Scope actor, blah blah blah. Form new culture, merge culture group. Okay. On fully activated. So there are things that happen that are permanent. So the problem is, I don't think there is a change vegetation, right? On fully activated, scope actor, trigger event. Okay, laws. On fully activated. Root equals country. Yeah, this is laws. Well, we'll see. We'll see what this does. Okay. So the other thing I'm going to need are the localization values in here. right? So this player deforestation, we're going to slappity-slap this on the bottom. Deforestation FG. I all of mine have FG in them, so it's really easy to search. So it's like pretty straightforward. Deforesting target get name. Target is again a callback to the label target that you have in the thing. So that is player, and then the other one was action. Not sure where this comes from. Settling in. We're going to just do deforesting again. Target.get name. And then there's those other scripts. I think there's one tooltip like this. Deforesting. I don't know if that's automatically generated, but I have a bunch that don't have that, and it's like doesn't work too well. Okay, so player deforestation select location. This is another one. Select location. No wooded locations found. You've burned them all. Okay. So the other thing is we want to do color yellow. And then that's the tag. Here, color yellow, and then # exclamation point is the end of that little tag. But color _ yellow is the new tag. It used to be, I think EU4 was like just # Y, but it was, I don't know, too generic or something. But anyway, deforestation FG. Hopefully that is good to go. I didn't miss any. Default sort. I don't care about the sort. On fully activated. Okay. So, what are the odds? What are the odds that this works? I mean, it's a coin flip at this point. Error log, okay. We're going to leave that open in case I missed any. Let's look at this. Is finished. Scope target. I mean, we could do an is finished. Well, no. It's literally takes 3 months, fully activated, boom, scope target, vegetation equals grasslands, done. Right? This is the call that I'm not sure of. Everything else should work, right? Everything else should do this, right? This is the only line that is like, what is this going to do, right? What is this actually going to do? Because this mod, or the other mod, sets, let's see, main menu, setup, start, cities and buildings. Is this? No, this is not that. What is in-game map data? There it is. Location templates. No, this is not it either. Oh, this is vegetation, right? So this is the locations. This is the data, right? So vegetation is literally a data point in a location. Topography, vegetation, climate, religion, raw material, which is your RGO. And then harbor suitability is something that's probably only for coastal. Again, this is one of those things that I don't know how this name maps to the game, right? To the map. I don't know how that maps it. I honestly have no idea, because it's like I've seen nothing that actually maps this to a location, unless it's a weird file somewhere that's I haven't looked at yet. I don't know, but it's strange. Okay, so I'm going to move this over to here. We're going to monitor the logs again. And here we go for another test. Letting it all load in. Every time I change a character in one of those files, my checksum is different, right? So that's why my checksum is different. Okay. Let's do a search for veg. Okay. Inconsistent trigger scopes. Country versus location. Inconsistent trigger scopes. Unknown effect vegetation. Player key door for it has to have a certain comment. Otherwise it's like anyway, inconsistent trigger scopes. How is that an inconsistent? Okay, let's quit again. Drag this back over. Inconsistent trigger scopes. Country versus location at 13, 14, and 15. Here. Scope location equals okay. Owner equals scope colon actor. Okay. Now that threw all my other errors off in what line they're in. So this unknown effect vegetation at 44, which we can probably figure out is here. So it does not know what that is. Unknown effect. Location dot vegetation is not a thing. If the devs say this is possible, they certainly buried the lead. They buried the way to do it. There's a lot of examples that use it as a condition, but not a lot of it. There's zero examples of it changing, obviously, because they said they don't support it, or they don't have anything in the game right now that changes it. So the error exactly is unknown effect vegetation. Unknown effect. Should we ask a higher power? In modding, well, let's see. Go back to my history. History. Some of my conversations with Grok have been pretty extreme. Trying, I could type right. Trying to add a cabinet action that changes the vegetation of a location into grasslands. How can I get this to work? The game does not like the equals value line. And I need the file. Cabinet actions, deforestation. Change vegetation is not a thing, though. I think I've searched for that already. Yeah, I've literally searched for that. Maybe set vegetation? I don't think that would be in here either. Change vegetation or set vegetation. God, if I could fucking type. Change vegetation or set vegetation are not found anywhere in the game file. Your game scripted effects. Will I have to create my own? Oh my god. Oh my god. Grok was unable to reply. This request cannot be processed. Really? Oh my god, the conversation bugged out. Fuck. I hate this shit. Can you load up this? Oh my god. You know, when you try to use a tool and the tool just doesn't work, it just I have a conversation. I ask a question. It's just like, nope, sorry, can't do it, and it's just like it's done. Can't do anything more. Like it's like, what the hell? And then you can't start a new conversation and say, hey, peek at this one because you're forcing me to start a new conversation. I can't. How do you do that? Like it's ridiculous. That you would build a tool and so severely limit its functionality and usefulness. Like Jesus, really. It's like copy and paste, like the conversation. It's like, you want me to copy and paste 50,000 characters and paste, like, what? How is that more efficient than you just saying, hey, just pull this information in? How about you share conversations between, like, if it's my account, why not just be able to share that data? Why is that so problematic? That one conversation can look at the next conversation. Why is that? Trying to make an EU5 mod that adds a cabinet action that changes the vegetation of a location. I have to fucking paste this file back in again, because of course I do. It does not like the vegetation equals grasslands line. Now it's going to sit here and think for 20 minutes. So it does not like this line. That's essentially what we're saying. It does not like it. Unknown effect, right? Vegetation equals. So it wants, instead of just setting something equals, right? I was hoping to do like, because scope target, right, is the location. So this should be in the location, right? The scope, the stuff inside of those braces should be the location. And setting that vegetation equals something It should do that, but it's not. It does not like it. Um, oh, it's just assign it directly. You have to use the setter command. Okay, so vegetation, set vegetation. Okay, set vegetation throws an error, but set underscore is the standard one. So what it's saying is set underscore is like is a thing, right? But I searched for set vegetation and it does not exist anywhere. Um, if I do a search for set underscore, set, there's a set variable, set capital, um, set new ruler. Why do I pick the weirdest, hardest things to implement when I do this shit? If either change or set does not work, how would I add my own? Um, Jomini is the engine. It only recognizes scripted effects that are either hard-coded, effects exposed via scripted effects files, or effects created through scripted effects on actions. Yeah, I don't care about the visual map. Johan said it's possible. Johan has indicated it's trivial for modders to make a mod for vegetation change. Trivial! Either I am really stupid or they buried this shit and it's not trivial. Create a scripted effect that bundles the logic so you can write deforce location. Okay, let's just try this. So it's saying like the Jomini engine loading screen. I don't. Is there a Jomini directory and everything? No, there's not one in the common. Okay. Main menu. Defines. Script values. Yeah, this is very complex. Um, takes the number. Okay, so it's definitely not that. Yeah, I don't really see a lot. Yeah, location-based values. You'd think that. Um, I thought I heard a meow behind me. You'd think that location-based values would include like the vegetation, right? You would think that it would include that, but vegetation doesn't even appear anywhere in this file for a location, which is bizarre. Not even in province. So province doesn't have it either. Um, hmm. Default values. Oh, I've already looked in this file. Okay, so like this set vegetation, like this is almost guaranteed to error. And did I fix the other one? Inconsistent trigger. Right. Okay. Let's try this again. I don't know where else this stuff would be like referenced. Unknown effect, set vegetation. Changing vegetation. If changing vegetation. I don't want to fake it. It's saying, hey, do a modifier that just fakes it, right? So here's the error. Unknown effect, set vegetation. Okay, so change. Change ruler. There's a bunch of change. Change variable. I mean, could it be as simple as a variable? Um, change dynasty, change character alliance, character effects, common effects. Country effects. Well, that I don't need to look at. Culture. Don't need to look at that. Disease. No. Loan. No. Change control. Change. Yeah, there's no change vegetation. There's a ton of other ones. Change location rank. Change. Right? There's no change vegetation. effect localization. Common effect localization. Location effects. There's change garrison size, change maritime presence power, change all the things, change location rank. There's no change vegetation. If Johan has said it's trivial for modders to change the vegetation of a province, what the hell does that mean? If there's no way of doing it. Does my definition of it's trivial, is that different from his definition? Because I'm starting to think my definition of like it's trivial to do this. Right? Like change vegetation. Scope target, change vegetation. The vegetation is the location, change vegetation equals grasslands. Right? But I guarantee this is it's gonna err just as much as the other one. So it's what does Johan mean by it's trivial? What is that like actually, what does that mean? It's trivial. Because if it was trivial, I would have found it by now. It would not have taken me 2 hours to basically rule out the fact that it's trivial. Yeah, unknown effect, change vegetation. Right? So, it's obviously not trivial. Right? It's obviously not. Set vegetation, change vegetation, or just vegetation equals, none of those work. Right? So, how then do we change the vegetation? The only other thing that I can think of, right, is scope target dot vegetation. This is the only thing that I can think of that would make it trivial. Right? Scope target is the location, dot vegetation equals grasslands. Right? This is the only thing that I can think of is target dot vegetation is literally like location dot vegetation is saying like directly set the vegetation. But I can almost guarantee that this doesn't work. Because I don't know, like, the location, all the variables. Like, in Lua, if this was Lua, I would know 100% how to get to that value. But this is like some weird interplay between like Lua and like some proprietary scripting engine and all of that stuff. Unknown effect, yeah, scope target dot vegetation. It's like it doesn't know how to interpret that. Unknown effect, like it's not an effect. It's instead of giving me like a scripted trigger on finished, it's looking for some weird scripted effect. Right? So if I maybe if I go to like effects, cat. Right? If I go to effects of some kind or some flavor, let's see. Unknown, it's because it's saying unknown effect. Oh my god, really? Windows. God, I hate Windows. Unknown effect, right? Cat. You're way late to the party. I mean, you're 2 hours past due here for lap time. I even threw her timer off by starting late today. Unknown effects Yeah, see, it's unknown effect. So what Grok is basically telling me to do is add a bunch of modifiers, right? You have a modifier for like reversing the jungle, and you have one for reversing grasslands, and you have or woods, and you have one for reversing forest. And depending on what it is, you just have a thing that is like it applies the modifier, a permanent modifier, right, to the location, counterbalancing the thing, right? You just counterbalance the negative with the positive, and basically get it up to like grassland standard, right? You just add a like deforested modifier, essentially what it would be. Like the deforested modifier would be reversing all of that. And now I have a lap. Now I have the lap goblin purring away in my lap. Very distracting. So I mean, we might have to go down this road. I was really hoping not to, but yeah. So we would need like different modifiers for each type. Cat, you are just a piece of work. So I don't know as far as the location, right? How vegetation is actually stored. It's not allowing me to actually affect something. Like I can't change a variable. I wonder if I could set variable. Okay, let's try one other thing, right? Scope target close equals this. Set variable equals name vegetation value variable. Like I don't know if it's a variable or like what it is. Yeah, I hear the purrs. I hear the purrs, and they are wonderful. Um, let's see. But I don't know. Like, is the scope is the target, which is the location. Set variable is the thing is like, is vegetation a variable inside of location, or is it something else? Right? Is it something different? Um, so let's just I just want to. This was kind of another Hail Mary pass here, just to see But again, it may not error. It may error when it tries to run the command. It might see it as valid. We'll see here once it's finished loading. Variable vegetation is set but never used. Okay. Cat, Jesus, the purrs are serious. I have headphones in. I've got audio playing, and I still can hear her purr. So I don't know. I don't know how vegetation can be addressed directly. Really? It's just like, honestly, like when he says it's trivial, it's just like, what? Like trivial? Right? Variable veget. So I'm setting the variable so that it didn't error saying, hey, like this is bad. It's saying it's setting this variable, but it's never used anywhere. Right? So it's like, I don't know. Yeah, rank modifier. It'd be funny just to set it in here, right? But you can't set it in here because the potential, there's no way to script on a thing, right? I tried. I tried to do a potential right in here, location potential, but it doesn't. It's not valid. It doesn't like it. So I can't. I could blanketly say city is also grassland, right? But then I don't want to do that. I want to downgrade it. If it's jungle or forest to a city, it should be woods. But metro should be the thing. But now we've moved past that. We've moved way past that. So basically what this does now, what we need to do is create our own modifier and set it boost dev a bit, add pump. Yeah, I love how it just adds shit in there that I don't ask it to add. It's like, oh, here's some options to do some shit. And it's like, no, I don't want to do that. Use the flag, decisions, events. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. So, yeah, come in here and yeah, modifier. So, static modifier. Deforest jungle. Deforest forest. woods. These are automatically generated. So what we do then is we go into the static modifiers. So here's the static modifiers, right? So we have to go into here. Deforest jungle, deforest forest, deforest woods. Well, I can do a space in between, why not? Okay, and so game data, location. Now we have to look at the location in-game common. Would it be under? It's not location rank. Vegetation. There it is. I'm going to load this one in Notepad so I can look at it. So, baseline, grasslands, baseline. This is gonna be fun. Okay. Okay. So that's the baseline for grasslands. Right? I don't know. I don't think I need this. Or, well, yeah, I do need those, but movement cost. Right. These are essentially what I'm looking at is this file here. The vegetation 00 default. This is grasslands. This is what grasslands is defined as, right? And then farmland, we're not going to look at that. But woods, you can see like all the different things that it has. Location modifier, defender, proximity. You can see the debuffs, right? Movement cost is 1.25. Proximity is minus 12.5%. Right? These don't exist on grasslands. So we have to like flip the script and get those reversed as a modifier. So if we go down to woods first, we can basically copy all of the malices, right? Do that. First of all, we need to get rid of this and this. and then we do defender -1. Obviously, again, we have to flip the script. Proximity is positive, and then movement cost would be positive 0.25. Right? Because the movement here is 1. So movement cost needs to be negative 0.25. Right? We're taking the Woods baseline, which is movement cost 1.25, and then we're subtracting 0.25. That gets us down to 1. And proximity, we're doing the same thing. Proximity here is minus 0.125. So we're adding now 125. So it's zeroing out, and then defender is 1, while we're also removing that because it's not in a woods anymore. And so again, local frontage allowed, we're going to have 2. Local road building time, negative. Local population capacity is 50, while we're getting to grasslands, which is also 50, which we don't have to do anything to. So road building time isn't mentioned up here. This is our baseline. We want whatever the base game is, woods, plus whatever these are, equals to basically what this is, to just like bring it up to neutral. So local population capacity, because these are the same, we don't actually need that because it's already 50. Local monthly development modifier, we have to negate to get it back up to 0.2, which brings it up to basically 0, because again, we're not changing the vegetation. We're just adding a modifier to the location that negates the malices because we're adding a deforested modifier, right? So local monthly food is already 0.1, so we don't need to change that at all. That's already what we have a baseline of. Blocks vision from sea, no. And supply limit is 2, which is the same, right? It's the same as that. So this effectively zeroes out or negates the modifiers that the woods have in it alone. So then we go to forest. Well, forest got a lot of gubbins here. Wow. Okay, so forest. Come up here. Right? So movement cost. These are all the values that forest has in it. Remember, we're trying to get it up to here. So we need to do minus 0.5. Proximity, minus 0.25. We need to add 0.25. Defender, again, 1. We're removing the defender trait because it's no longer good. Frontage allowed, we're expanding that. RGO build time, we're negating that. Local road building time, we're going to remove that. That is adding 100% onto the road building time. Local population capacity, we're needing to add 25, right? Which basically is saying we need to set that to 50. But I think, yeah, we need to add another 25. Yeah. Right? Because it's local population capacity for grasslands is 50, but the forest was set to 25. So if we add another 25, that gets us to 50. Okay. Monthly development, we need to add 25. Again, to negate the minus 25. Blocks vision from land, no. Blocks vision from sea, no. And then local colonial migration size modifier, we need to add 0.1. So this should effectively negate the forest. And then jungle is crazy. Jungle is even crazier. So let's go here. Okay, so movement cost equals 2, right? Well, that's adding 200. Let's adding 200%. So we need to minus 2 here to get us back down. Is that right here? Movement cost. Let's see. Where is movement cost 1.5? Movement cost minus 0.5. Yeah. I think we need to do movement cost minus 1. Yeah. That gets us to 1. Right? Because the jungle itself, movement cost is 2, which is 200%. Then we minus 1, which gets us to 100%. And then proximity is minus 0.5, so we need to add 0.5. And defender, again, we're going to minus 1. Location, these are all location modifiers. Local frontage is positive 4. RGO build time is negative 0.5. Road building time, this is your 300%, right? So minus 2 gets us down to 100% because it's we still need 100%. RGO building time, this gets us back to 0, but we still need road building time needs to be 100% because we're not setting it up here. So it's not just, some of these values are not just about negating the malice, but it's also about getting us to break even. So local population capacity is still 50, so we don't need this. For some reason, the local population doesn't change regardless. So local monthly development, we want to negate this. Local monthly food, why is this? This is saying plus 10%. Oh, this is the same as. Weird that we don't have that in here, but blocked vision from land, no, and no. And this is, we want to negate this modifier here. Okay, that should be. Oh, I forgot to do that. Right? That should be essentially what we have, the baseline here. Right? Yeah, I think that's right. And then our thing here is deforested. Description. The simple destruction of all the trees in the location. Okay. Now the logic is we need to apply, right, on fully activated. We need to apply on fully activated, yeah. Scope target. Okay, so we need to remove this. How do we detect scope target? For the block, how can I detect and apply separate modifiers? Boy, I can't spell separate right to save my life. Separate modifiers. I spell it wrong every time I type it. It's like
Same here.
it's just like every time my brain is just like at some point in the past I spelled it wrong and it just stuck and it's like separate. It's just like sep R8. It's like okay. Deforest jungle, deforest forest, and deforest woods based on the target vegetation. Okay, because the syntax in this game is bizarre, so I'll just show you kind of what it takes. So yeah, here we go. This is the syntax for what I just did, right? So, yeah. So here's your modifier, right? So add location modifier. For one, it's an if, right? If limit vegetation equals jungle, then add location modifier deforest jungle. Days -1 makes it permanent, right? Else if vegetation, is else if like is that a thing? I don't remember seeing that in the code. Sometimes, see, this is the thing with the damn AIs, and this is why people should not be worried right now. Is a lot of times the AI literally like hallucinates shit, and it's just like this code makes sense. How about you try this? And it's like this isn't in the like it's not a thing. So why are you just like assuming that it is? It's funny. Sometimes I find it all the time doing that shit. Location, building, level. So yeah, I have to double check everything that it does, right? I have to double check everything it does because yeah, it can be way off sometimes. Okay, so we have this. We want to get rid of that. So this effectively should do it, right? Limit vegetation equals jungle. Add deforest jungle. Vegetation equals forest. Add deforest forest. Right? So it's we're literally saying these specific ones we're deforesting it, which we're able to flip the script. Now, it would have been nice, right, to say, hey, how about we just set the vegetation in here? But I honestly don't think you can do that. I really don't. Because you're adding a modifier, right? Which is like I don't think there is a like set location thing. I don't think there is a set location value. I mean, there are, I think, set location things. No, there is no set underscore location anywhere in the file, anywhere in the game. So it's like there aren't any like add location. There isn't a set location blah, right? There isn't anything that does that in the game. There's no set location modifier. There's no set location variable. There's no set location anything after. There's no set location period. So it's like, Yeah. Anyway, we'll see if this works. All right. So I wanted to try to see this through today to give you guys an idea of all the shenanigans that it takes to get this shit to work. Because what Johan says is trivial has proven to be not trivial. So let's fire this again. And I don't have access to the source code of the game, to the hidden treasures that the developers have. I can't see the big picture. And as a modder, what bothers me when I can't see the big picture is when there's shit going on behind the scenes that that I can't see or have access to. This is not unknown modifier type. Proximity defender. Doesn't like 2829. 8. So it doesn't like, it doesn't like proximity or defender. But we're close. We're close. We're in the wrong scope or something. So we look at this. So it's saying unknown modifier type, proximity, and defender for all three of these changes. If we look at the modifiers, you can see proximity and defender. So it doesn't know what to do with this. It doesn't know what this does. Right? So we need to convert this somehow into a modifier that it knows. Right? So this is, instead of just being a flat proximity, there's probably a modifier type in here somewhere. So if I do an EU modifier type, there we go. And I do proximity. Okay. 58 examples in here. Great. I just love it when we have that. Proximity. I need a broader, every one of these proximity values is specific to a certain, like wetlands proximity, wetlands, wasteland proximity. So it's like, there's no local proximity source. So what is that editing? Proximity equals minus point. What is that editing? What is proximity editing? Right? Local proximity source is all that's there. Because there's a huge malice on jungle, right? This proximity malice of 50% on jungle is brutal. So, but it's not a source, it's a speed. PROXI AMITY. Okay. Proximity impact. There's atoll, coastal, deep ocean, dune wasteland, flatland, high lakes, hills, inland sea, lakes, local proximity source. That's the one we just talked about. Mesa wasteland, mountain wasteland, narrows, ocean. These are all like country level. Wetlands. Isn't there a jungle? HIJKK. Way up here. Is there no? There's no jungle. Okay. Jungle proximity. How the hell are we going to set proximity? Because it does not like that value. Right? It doesn't like proximity or defender. Click on the right file. Jesus. Too many files open. This, I think, actually works. So this we can close. I'm pretty sure. This one we can close. Because it doesn't know what these are. Right? These are not simple modifiers. Category location. I don't know. I really hoped to be done with this process. I did not think this was going to send me down a crazy rabbit hole. I mean, roads define proximity. So there's a road, but topography, of course, proximity. So how does it not know Um, man, there's a lot of examples of it, like comparing proximities and stuff. It's like, oh, not a lot of examples of it affecting proximity. So, location proximity. Local proximity source. I don't know. I'm gonna have to just kind of look at this and see. I thought for sure there would be a modifier, right? Proximity. Port cost distance from capital. Proximity speed. Speed. Proximity speed through land. Land cost on distance from capital speed propagation. It's a country level modifier. Is there a local? Local. Bingo. There it is. Okay. No. Local distance from capital speed propagation. Local proximity speed. This might be it. Local proximity source speed. I think this is what we want. So then we come over here, and instead of this, we put this. Okay, so now defender, defense, defender, fort defense, defense importance. No, I don't think that's it. Local defensive. It's categorized as fort defense, but we might be able to use local defensive. This is a percent good. So if we do that, movement cost is a thing, right? Location. That's a thing. 100%. It knows what to do with that. But for some reason, proximity and defensive, or defense, whatever that was, can't even remember now. It did not like those at all. Blocks vision from that. So those are like, it's funny, like you have a bunch of modifiers in here and then some that are like, I don't know what to do with those. So, okay, so we're going to go into here and we're going to try one more time. And I hope this is the last. This might be the ticket where you can trigger the thing, it'll add the modifier when it's done, and then you'll reverse those malices. And the game should basically combine, like, it should take all of those malices and just show you, like, the values, right? Okay, so there's none in there, and there's none in there. Okay, so let's cross the old fingers. Please? Yay. We're back. Okay. This. That's. Sure. Let's see. This guy is currently integrating here. Parliament. You know what? Might as well play like we're normally playing. Promote integration. Sure. We have a 70%. Can we use this at all? Like, wow, we're only... Oh, we've got national assemblies. Nice. It costs us less. That's awesome. Base value, national assemblies, which, yeah. Parliament request issue support needed. Minus 5%. Noise. I don't think I need any law change. I don't think I need any of this. So, yeah. I do want to address toll castle complaints. Get rid of those. Naval movement. I'd like to do that. Is there? Can we do maybe a CB on somebody? Like everybody. Maybe we could do one on Castile. I want to beat up Castile. Larger Casus Belli on Castile. Grab Navarra. Sure. And then we can do like naval and capital. Sure. And more capital. I like that. I mean, doesn't matter. We're moving towards innovative anyway. There. Get us a CB. Beat up Castile. Maybe get them to cancel their treaty with France. Then when we attack France again, you know, we can do it without having to fight Castile too. We'll have a treaty. I'm just waiting to get this guy, get this integrated, and then we'll see. Okay. Oh, hey, look at that. We got another 5%. Excellent. Oh. Okay. I guess we can't wait. Okay, so what we want to do is come down here and we want to look at this. And this location, I don't know if there's an easy way to look at it, but you can see jungle vegetation plus 50,000, so that's pop capacity. Market we don't care about. Where would those other malices? You can see jungle vegetation here. What are the? There were like defensiveness, supply limit. Let's see. RGO build time, so we can look at that. RGO level. Where would the build time be? Expand RGO. There it is. Default building time. Jungle vegetation plus 50%. Okay. So this is a good example. We have RGO building time. And if we look at grasslands, which I think are up here, we look at this. Come on. Lock it in. Building time. You can see there's no jungle thingy there. Okay. And then if we look at proximity, here, that's development. Where's proximity? There it is. So proximity, I think in here, proximity to land, I think this is where it would be. Without infrastructure, plus 40%. Proximity speed. Where would jungle be shown? So, I wonder. Yeah, I wonder if this would actually show us, right? So let's cross our fingers. Let's get one more month with this guy. One more month. Come on now. Controlling. Not a whole lot. Oh, things. Okay. We lose 5%. That's fine. There we go. Detailed maps. Nice. Finally, we got some freaking maps over here. That took long enough. Okay. So, now we want to see, does this... Why can't we see it? Select deforestation. Why can't we select it? Player deforestation description. Did I not put a description in there? Sure I did. Actually, I didn't. Let's do that. Clear all the trees, making fit for urban. Why is this not a thing? Let's actually look. allow. Location. So something in my allow is not. I think I just need. Allow is AI. The visible is where the thing, like, what it is. The allow, it was not like. Okay, so I've swapped that. We're gonna save it. I don't know how to like reload, like I don't know if there's a way to like reload the scripts, like reload everything, kind of refresh it. Undefined target, yeah, there was an issue, right? Scoped object, yeah. So the allow was not, it did not like that at all. There and it told me in 20,000 lines. It told me that error 20,000 times. Error scoped object type location is not valid. 57. Scope target. Event target scope. Returned an unset scope. What? Okay, let's reload it as is, and see. Come on. You know, you can do it. There it is. I just want to check here to make sure there's nothing overtly bad. Okay. Again. Let's go back. Deforestation. This. Okay. Deforesting. Okay. It says it takes 82 days. Right? Because it's based on like the months equals 3 and then the skill of the dude, right? Which is, he's pretty good. He's Sir Spiff of Lancaster. It's Spiff, right? Like, who didn't know that this is what Spiff looked like? Or they had so many kids. Look at all the kids! Jesus! Good Lord. Okay, let's see if we can zippity-doo-dah. Wait. What just happened? Why are you... What? Why did you zippity... Why is this over here now? What happened? Is it going to move again? No? I mean, it's still, like, highlighting that one, so... we don't have population... It's so easy to have it, like... Come on! I don't know if there's like a days, like this is obviously like, I wish there was like a days left, but I don't know why it moved over here. That's kind of concerning, but I just want to see. What was this again? Promote integration process. Integration, okay. Good. Yeah, thanks. Coming of age. First cousin. Blah blah blah. Spiders vast wealth. Well, you got your land. Okay, well, you know, debt is debt. You go towards, if you go way into debt, then that's on you. Ooh, we have no weapons. We can work on that in a second. I just want to test this. How much time has passed? Shouldn't this guy be done by now? I need some indication of how much time has passed here. When did I enact this? Religious Warcast is building. Nice. What? On the dictionary, sure. Just wanna, like, it's May. What is going on here? This should have 100% triggered easily. There it is, deforested. Right? Boom, deforested. But why did this not? Huge error here. Manpower. Script error. Event target scope returned an invalid object. Z deeply. Well, I mean, it worked, technically speaking. If we look at proximity, nearest proximity is itself. But then if we go like here, -7. Deforested, there it is. You can see it. Deforested plus 50%. Right? It's trying to negate as best that it can, right, the proximity without infrastructure, which I don't know what goes into this. But jungle would be like I don't see why this doesn't list like jungle itself. I don't know what goes into that value, but it's certainly like it certainly did the thing. I mean, it added that. It added it properly. I mean, jungle vegetation again. It's the same capacity. It's the same across the board. So I know the population didn't change. Like I don't know what other. Deforested, yeah. I'll just have to deal with the 10%. For some reason, it's 10% more to get that. I don't know why it's 10% more. Maybe I see. Yeah, I don't understand why this and this is not the right. It's not the same because they're both jungle. So if we go here, you can see like jungle vegetation, road building time. So if we look at roads, right, we say road building time. There's already a road there, so it's going to be hard to test that. You can test it somewhere else. You can test it in another province. The problem is like why this didn't auto stop, right? I think what I need some way of detecting the is finished, right? Because it's not stopping on its own. So that is something I can do to clean up, but it works. Like it actually works. The deforest is actually working. It's hard to nail down like where those values are because there's just so many little like hidden things. Right, deforested we have plus 30%. The jungle vegetation plus 2%. Again, I don't know. Tropical climate. I don't know what. Maybe let's see. Let's look at grassland. So this again, the development. Let's just take a peek. Jungle vegetation plus 2%, and then we're adding 30%, right? So let's look at grassland. Close that. I need to find a grasslands that I own. Development. Prosperity. River flowing through. I'm not seeing a malice. So 0.0052 for grasslands. But there's a lot of other variables that go into this, so it's hard to compare apples to apples. But deforested and jungle vegetation is adding. You'd think that jungle vegetation would remove. Although I'm fairly certain that I did something. Let's look at forest development. Yeah. I did something to jungle with my mod. right? Minus 25%, right? So minus 25% for forest. I can guarantee you jungle is going to do like a minus 50% or something. And so our deforested jungle should be, right, jungle vegetation should probably be minus 30%. So I can remove now my editing of the jungle biome, and I can remove that because I've added in a way to counteract with my cabinet actions. But I have a little bit more work to do on that before I upload or update the mod on the Steam page. So that is going to have to do it for today, everybody. Though we did a lot of modding and all of that kind of stuff. I hope everybody maybe learned something, or at least got their ability to point and laugh. Just because it was a crazy amount of work to try to figure out whether or not I could even get that to work. So it is what it is. Thank you all for coming by today, and hope to see everybody back here next time for another dev stream on Wednesday, where we're gonna be working on more on the vintage engineering mod. So anyway, come back for that. Have a great rest of the weekend, and yeah, stay warm.